Hello and welcome back to Bescheuertes Kurzes Bein, everyone. My name's Lea. Welcome back to Sydney. Welcome back to the Sydney test from the Sydney cricket ground. This is the pink day of the Sydney test in remembrance of Jane McGrath, the late former wife of Glenn Pigeon McGrath. This is a cancer awareness charity. Everyone in the ground is, or the ground is bathed in pink. We are about 10 minutes away from the start of play, and here are some updates from yesterday, a day on which 15 wickets fell at the SCG. We are set for a very, well, a maybe nail-biting and undoubtedly probably very entertaining day. After the Indians took a slim 4-run lead on first innings after having made 185 all out, they bowled out the Australians for 181, and now they are 141 for 6 in their second innings. The lead is 145 runs, and that may not sound like that much. A potential target of maybe 160, 170 if they can wring that many runs out of the tail. That may not sound that substantial, but there is a lot in the pitch for the seamers here at the SCG. India's problem will probably be that we do not know what is going on with their captain Jasprit Bumrah. He went off the field yesterday. He was taken to hospital for scans. Apparently he had back spasms, but we do not know if he will be able to bowl today. Bumrah is obviously the most important player in this Indian test setup at the moment. He broke a record yesterday. He took 2 wickets and he now holds the record for most wickets taken during a single tour of Australia by an Indian bowler. He broke the record that was formerly held by Bishan Singh Bedi, who took 31 wickets on during a single tour, and now Jasprit Bumrah has broken that record. He took 32 thus far on the tour, but we do not know if he can bowl. Apparently he was not warming up earlier today. He is in his whites though, as I'm speaking right now, as the teams are set to come out into the middle. Everyone is in pink today. The Australians had pink names, numbers, and sponsor logos on their kit for the whole of the test thus far, but today everyone is wearing pink caps as well, both the Indians and the Australians, and the Indians also have pink numbers on their kit, and the sponsor logos on the Indian kits are also in pink. I don't know if this is a just for it's just a ceremonial thing. The players are coming out shaking the hands of Glenn McGrath's family and hand over their pink caps to Glenn McGrath. And Usman Khawaja almost made a faux pas there, because they obviously have their baggy greens tucked into their trousers, into their waistbands. And Usman Khawaja almost handed his baggy green instead of the ceremonial pink cap to Glenn McGrath. So the Aussies are on the field. Everyone is walking along a very big banner showing Jay McGrath over to the other side of the pavilion to presumably receive the pink caps of the Indian players. They are led out by Captain Jasprit Bumrah, who is now starting to shake the hands of Glenn McGrath's family. And now they are handing over their pink caps to Glenn McGrath. Pigeon. Virat Kohli tapping him on the shoulder. So India lead by 145 runs. And even though, or even if, Jasprit Bumrah will not bowl that much today, in his absence, others in the Indian team have indeed stepped up. Mohammad Suraj was very, very good yesterday. He took 3 wickets, as did Prasidh Krishna, who basically stepped up from out of nowhere. He also took 3 wickets, and even Nitish Kumar Reddy was able to snatch 2, with his really fast-looking medium, with his medium pace that comes out of a very fast-looking action. The pitch, I can only imagine, is getting trickier to bat on by the minute. So this is a tall order for the Australian batsman. And remember, the Indians will need to win this test to retain the Border Gavaskar Trophy. That is, at this point, the only thing that is within their power. They are not yet out of the World Test Championship final. They lost the ability to make sure on their own or by their own performance to ensure a place in the World Test Championship final. But they could still make it. But other results have to go their way. I think most importantly, the Australian tour of Sri Lanka will have to go their way. So effectively meaning the Indians are dependent on the Australians losing heavily in Sri Lanka. I think now the Australians have to lose both of their tests of the tour of Sri Lanka to make the final. But we will have a look at that later. The test isn't won yet by India. So this is all very, very speculative. We'll look at that later, and I will also say that later today, after Stumps here in Sydney, I will record another episode. Ajit. Armchair Cricket Podcast. You should have a look at that. I will obviously notify everyone following me on Blue Sky when that episode drops. So go ahead if you're interested in that kind of stuff. Go ahead and follow me on Blue Sky. The handle is on your screen now. It's the top one on the Blue Sky handles on your screen. Follow all the other ones as well. And oh damn, I forgot to add Brian Barish, who spontaneously joined us yesterday for the first session of the second day as a very pleasant surprise. So thank you again for that, Brian. That was quite fun. So Let's see what's happening here on the third day. Likely to be the last day of the Border Gavaskar Trophy 2024-2025. India resume on 141 for 6. Their second innings has lasted 32 overs thus far. The lead is 145 runs. The batsmen out in the middle are Ravindra Jadeja, who is on 8 of 39, and Washington Sundar, who is on 6 of 17. Jadeja, who has had a weird few days during this test and the one preceding it, where he seemed, I don't know, unwilling to bat. Didn't seem like he wanted to be there. I couldn't find anything on Crick Info about Jadeja. His shenanigans were definitely overshadowed by Rohit Sharma, who had a disastrous press tour the last few days after he decided to basically drop himself. Or he was dropped, but it was presented as I decided to rest myself. I still want to continue playing, stuff like that. Jasprit Bumrah and some altercations between the Indian teams and Australian newcomer dickhead Sam Constance. First delivery of the day is bowled by Patrick Cummins, and Jadeja takes a quick single to get off the mark for the day. He is on 9 of 14. Now Washington Sundar is on strike, and we see Ravindra Jadeja taking off his gloves, dropping his pants, and readjusting his protective equipment on his upper thigh after facing all of one delivery. So, Washington Sundar to face his first delivery of the day. And just a reminder, everyone, please feel free to enliven the YouTube chat. Always good to hear from the listeners. I will read out your messages in between overs as Washington Sundar is not able to replicate Jadeja's quick single off the first ball of the day that he faces. As we are seeing replays of Ravindra Jadeja being dropped on 6 by Steve Smith in the slips yesterday. In comes Pat Cummins again, right arm around the wicket, and this one is wider outside Washington Sundar's off stump. And again, there is prodigious seam movement here for Patrick Cummins, which will bode well for the Indian bowlers who at times were unplayable on the second day. So, 2 dot balls, India 142 for 6, leading by 146 runs. Sundar on strike, he is on 6 of 19. The Indians still have Nitish Kumar ready as an all-rounder, and the last recognized batsman out in the dressing room as Washington clips one off his legs that is fielded by Sam Constance at square leg, and there is no run. And that one was a close one. It bounced about 10 centimeters in front of Sam Constance. In comes Pat Cummins again. Right arm around the wicket. Again, there are 3 slips in place for Washington Sundar, and he clips this one off his legs. This one goes backwards of square, behind square on the leg side. Let's put it that way. Let's put it as square, behind square on the leg side. Sam Constance runs after it, fields it, but not before the Indians have taken another single, and that brings Jadeja back onto strike, and that means that Ravi Jadeja has to put his gloves back on because he has a tendency in this test and the last one to take off his gloves the second he is off strike. He's basically fiddling with the straps, with the wrist straps. The second he hits the ball and starts running, and the over ends with another dot ball, and that means the Indians end the first over of the Pink Day, the 33rd in their innings, on 143 for 6. The lead is 147 runs. Washington Sundar will now continue on strike, and it is Scott Boland for the first time today. He will bowl his 14th over, and reminder, Scott Boland has figures of 4 for 42, so there is still a fifer possible for Scott Boland. The other 2 wickets were taken by Pat Cummins and Bo Webster. So with 4 Indian wickets still standing, provided that Jasprit Bumrah will bat today, all 3 of those still in with a sometimes very speculative shout for a fifer. In comes Boland, right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Washington Sundar, who squeezes a thick outside edge towards the slip cordon, where it is fielded. There is no chance of a catch as the ball keeps low. It is stopped by, I think that was Webster, and there is no run. Boland has taken 4 wickets in the first Indian innings as he comes in again, right arm around the wicket, and this one is blocked back towards the bowler by Washington Sundar, and there is no run. He also took 4 wickets in the first Indian innings. Now there is a chance for a fifer for him. And as I said, the only Australian bowler with no chance of taking a fifer that has bowled in the Indian second innings is Mitchell Starc. And in other weird Australian bowling stats, it's been another one of those tests for Nathan Lyon. In all of this, in this test, he bowled 6 overs in the first Indian innings. He faced 17 deliveries in Australia's batting innings. So, yeah, not a key player thus far for Australia. As of the 4th delivery, there is a shout for LBW from Scott Boland. The DRS timer is ticking down. And the Australians don't seem to be too keen on reviewing that one, as we are now seeing replays. Boland coming in, right arm around the wicket. Washington looks to defend, misses it, is hit on the thigh, on the femur basically. It was pitching outside of, the impact was in line, but it is missing the wickets by a considerable margin, so good decision not to review that one. As Boland continues, Too wide this time, and Washington Sundar has no problem leaving that one alone. So India remain on 143 for 7. 33.5 overs gone. The lead is 147. And a reminder, I will read out any or your messages between overs. You can use the YouTube chat. You can also use Blue Sky. Please do get in touch. I'd love to hear from you. And final delivery of Scott Boland's first over of the day, the 14th overall in this innings for him, results in another dot ball. So a maiden for Scott Boland. India 143 for 6. 34 overs gone. And Jadeja is back on strike. All in all, I think one of the most striking things about this test so far has been either wickets falling irregularly and in clusters and close together, or the scoring has been very, very slow. The Indians scored at 2.55 for their first innings. The Australians, who made roughly the same score, scored at 3.5 an over, and that means while the Indian innings took almost 73 overs, the Australian innings was done in 51. And now the Indians are scoring at 4.26, thanks in large part to an absolute assault that was started by Yashasvi Jaiswal and Rishabh Pant yesterday, when the Australian bowlers, who only had about 2 sessions of rest, went a bit mad. There is the first boundary of the day as Patrick Cummins is cut away by Ravindra Jadeja for 4 runs. And that one goes between third slip and the gully, finds the boundary as there is no protection in the deep for Patrick Cummins on the offside. And I think that is the second boundary for Ravindra Jadeja. It is indeed 147 as Cummins comes in. Ravindra Jadeja looks to defend, is beaten on the outside edge, and Alex Carey takes it behind the stumps. There is no run. 147 for 6. That is a bit too far outside, bit too wide outside the off stump by Patrick Cummins. And he misses Jadeja's outside edge by, well, not that much, frankly. The Indian lead now 151 as Patrick Cummins comes in again, right arm around the wicket, and this time the line is more threatening. Jadeja looks to defend. This time Cummins gets the outside edge from a delivery that pitches on a length and in the corridor of uncertainty, and Ravindra Jadeja, who had just brought up his double figures, will have to go for 13. He is out. Caught Carey, bowled Cummins for 13, and the Indians are 147 for 7. The lead, 151 runs. That should bring Nitish Kumar Reddy at number... Oh, just a second. What am I missing? No, Nitish Kumar Reddy had been out already. I'm sorry. We are into the tail now. If Jasprit Bumrah is fit, he should come out now. I'm sorry for... It is after all not even 1 o'clock in the morning here. Sorry. I am not... I wasn't on top of that one. Reddy, of course, has been dismissed for 4 runs. He was the last wicket to fall before Jadeja. I'm sorry. I missed that. And it is Mohammad Siraj. So there are questions if Jasprit Bumrah will bat today. According to Quick Info, he did not warm up earlier this morning, so questions about him taking any further part in this test. In his absence, Virat Kohli has stepped up to basically take over captain's duties, because the Indian team does not have a designated vice captain. As Mohammad Siraj is off the mark, first delivery, gloves one into the leg side, and the Indians run through for a single. 148 for 7 now. This Indian team does not have a designated vice captain, because normally that is Jasprit Bumrah's role. He is the Indian vice captain. But with Rohit out of the picture for the test, Bumrah took over captaincy duties, and no one bothered to designate a stand-in vice captain, something like that. In comes Patrick Cummins for the final delivery of his 12th over, and it is hacked at by Washington Sundar, but he misses it, and there is no run. So let's have a look if anyone is with us on either the YouTube chat or on Blue Sky. It doesn't look like it yet. Well, please do get in touch. I'd love to hear from you. As we are seeing most wickets this series, Jasprit Bumrah is the leading wicket taker in the series by quite some margin. 8 wickets more than the second place Pat Cummins. As Scott Boland continues right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Mohammad Siraj, and this time he gets one through Mohammad Siraj's gate, as Siraj looks to guide one into the offside. There is no run. 148 for 7, 3 slips. Inside out shot by Mohammad Siraj, and he sneaks one through between third slip and the gully. There is Manos Labuschagne herring after it, and the Indians take a couple of runs as this ball is stopped near the third man boundary by, I think it was Labuschagne. These might turn out to be very, very valuable runs. And in comes Boland again, as the Indians have brought up their 150, and I think, no, that was very, very close. An outside edge of Mohammad Siraj, but Bo Webster at third slip is standing too far back. He is standing too far back, and he is the first to say, no, that is not a catch. Does not claim one. That on replay looks almost borderline, but I think he knows that he didn't get his fingers beneath the ball there. Yeah, that is very, very close, as Siraj defends one into the onside, and there is no run. 150 up for India. 157, the lead is 154. So, everyone, if you are listening to this and not subscribed, may I ask for a like and a subscribe? This channel is relatively small and it would help out quite a lot. In comes Boland, outside the off stump of Mohammad Siraj, who looks to drive but is beaten on the outside edge and there is no run. A very, very tame attempt at a drive by Siraj here. Wouldn't probably have pierced the outfield, or probably wouldn't have pierced the outfield. So, final delivery of Scott Boland's 15th over coming up now. India remain on 150 for 7. In comes Boland, right arm over the wicket, 3 slips still in place, and Mohammad Siraj steps back to the leg side looking for an almighty hoik. But there is again a seam movement for Boland, taking the ball away from the right-handed batsman, and it misses Mohammad Siraj's toe by not that much. 150 for 7. So yeah, if you're listening to this, live, or if you are basically reliving the night's action, if you are in Europe and re-listening to this or listening to this after the fact, please consider liking and subscribing. It really, really helps the channel out quite a lot. Any interaction, like likes, comments, live chats, anything like that really, really helps small channels like mine. And let's be honest, it's also really, really nice because it's one of the ways I can see if anyone is interested in what I'm doing here. So Patrick Cummins continues. He bowls to Washington Sundar. First delivery is another dot ball. India lead by 154 runs still. There are a lot of fielders out in the deep, very defensive field from the Australians, as this time it is Washington Sundar who gets an outside edge that evades that pierces the cordon. Let's call it piercing the cordon. That's a fun way to say it. And it runs away for 4 runs as third slip has come out, and Bo Webster at gully, diving to his right, can't take it. To be honest, it was a bit outside of his reach. And these are 4 more runs. Washington Sundar now in double digits. He's 11 of 30. As Cummins continues right arm around the wicket. This one seams into Washington Sundar, but it misses the stumps as Sundar raises his bat high above his arm. His bat high above his head. Determined to leave that one alone. It misses the stumps, not by much. Alex Carey has to dive to his right to take that one. So much seam movement is there in this pitch for Pat Cummins. This time Sundar is much more circumspect, putting down the bat, risking the outside edge, but also probably being a bit rattled by the fact that Pat Cummins almost took the top of his off stump, and leaving Pat Cummins here looks very, very risky. There is excessive seam movement, and leaving on line looks really risky. Next one is wider outside the off stump. It's a wide Yorker basically, and Washington Sundar is looking to reach outside of his off stump. misses it though. He was looking for a cut shot again, probably through the cordon. Misses it, and there is no run. Final delivery of Pat Cummins' 14th over is coming up now. There are 2 slips. There is a gully. There is extra cover. And there is a fielder between mid-off and cover. And there is a quick single into the offside by Washington Sundar. Mohammad Siraj now would be on strike now if there were any more deliveries left in the over. So Washington Sundar successfully farms the strike. And let's have a look if anyone is with us. Kai Vincent is with us from Germany, vicinity of Stuttgart, if I am not mistaken. Good start. Jadeja out. And he says that this might be over faster than we would like. Yes, absolutely. I'm relatively certain that this will be the last day of the test. Let's have a look. He says that he also wrote on Blue Sky. I don't think I have. There is yeah, maybe the notifications on Blue Sky are a bit broken at the moment. I think they underestimated the amount of traffic they were getting. So I will read that one out after this over, as Scott Boland continues to Washington Sundar. First delivery, there is another dot ball, and India remain on 155 for 7, as Boland also finds seam movement in this pitch. And we are now getting the side-by-side comparison where the ball would have ended up, and where would have ended up without any deviation, and where it ended up in reality. And at the when it reaches the batsman, the difference is more than the width of the stumps. So that is how much seam movement there is in this pitch, and encouraging pictures from the Indian dressing rooms, because there is Jasprit Bumrah out in the Indian dressing room. He seems to be padded up. He is wearing a helmet indoors, and I think he will bat today. I don't know if he will bowl today. I'm relatively certain that he won't open the bowling for India in the Australian innings. I would still have to tell him the old Bundeswehr rule: ist das Köpfchen überdacht, wird das Mützchen abgemacht. Basically, a very infantile way, an infantile rhyme or a nursery rhyme from the armed forces of Germany concerning the dress code. If you are indoors, you are not wearing headgear. Be that a field cap, a beret, or indeed a helmet. At least unless there is a war on. At least while there is no war on. I guess you would be excused from wearing a helmet inside in wartime conditions. Anyway, Scott Boland is tormenting the Indian tail-enders quite a bit. They are unable to score off him. He is on his way to another maiden, as this time Sundar clips one off his hip. It is fielded by Sam Constance at forward square leg, and there is again no run. India remain 155 for 7. The lead is 159 runs. Final delivery of Scott Boland's 16th over is coming up. Washington Sundar is on strike. He is on 12 of 39. And Jasprit Bumrah is padded up in the Indian dressing room. Let's see when his services with the bat will be required. It might actually be very, very entertaining to see Bumrah in this situation because he can slog a few. He was the batsman during the most expensive over in Test history. Not all of the runs in that over came off the bat. I have to admit that was against Stuart Broad. 35 runs that over cost England, and it was very, very entertaining. And Kai on Blue Sky saying that he has Herbert Zimmermann's commentary from the World Cup 54 in the back of his mind. Was wir befürchtet haben, das ist eingetreten. What we feared would happen has happened. Jadeja out. Might be over faster than we thought. Well, I'm not really sure. Look, it's going to be in all of these situations when there's okay, this is over, it's only just the tail. In these situations, bowling attacks tend to really fail to bowl out the tail, and that is we are joking about it, that it is the big problem of the Indian side that they can't dismiss the tail, and I think it's a bit unfair because most bowling attacks have a problem with the tail, because especially in situations like these where the team total is not that high, the pitch is doing a lot, and suddenly captains get it in their head that now is the time to bounce out the tail enders, which is not necessarily a good tactic against the tail enders. Just do the basics right. Bowl line, bowl length, bowl to the tail enders as you would to the top order batsman. But bowling attacks rarely seem to do that. They tend to get it into their head that they can bully the tail a bit. And today's tail enders are very, very adept at smashing around short bowling, hooking 3 or 4 off their noses, stuff like that. As Pat Cummins gets a glove from Washington Sundar that leaps up and falls short of the slips cordon. There is no run. In comes Cummins again, and this one is left outside the off stump. Very short, shorter delivery from Cummins that climbs on Washington Sundar, and he raises his bat above his head, and there is no run. 156 for 7 now. Mitchell Starc stretching in the outfield. Will he be called upon to bowl? He isn't 100% fit either, just like Bumrah. In comes Pat Cummins, right arm around the wicket, and this one bowls Washington Sundar, as Sundar looks to defend away from his pads, and I think Patrick Cummins has bowled Washington Sundar through the gate. Let's see that again. Here is the replay. Indeed, Patrick Cummins has bowled Washington Sundar through the gate as he defends too far away from his pads. And the Indians are 8 wickets down. They have 156 runs on the board. The lead is an even 160 runs. And it is the Indian captain Jasprit Bumrah coming in at number 10 for India. He will have to survive up to two deliveries of Patrick Cummins in his 15th over. His batting average is 7.22, which is still better than Glenn McGrath's, who has a batting average for his career of, I think, 6.5. Bumrah is a bit of a weird one. All right, let's put it that way. And Bumrah is not a number 11. Glenn McGrath was a constant number 11, and batting averages of number 11s are always a bit tricky to assess because invariably half of their innings they are not out, so they get the red inker. And I think McGrath wasn't one of those that had a lot of not outs. So every one not out that McGrath had inflates his batting average in Test cricket. And Bumrah isn't really a number 11, at least not for the last couple of years, because there was always someone like Mohammad Siraj or Prasidh Krishna in the team, or indeed Mohammad Shami or someone like that. So Bumrah tended to bat higher up the order, and he is looking for quick boundaries. That was an attempt at an uppercut as Patrick Cummins bowls shorter outside the off stump, but Bumrah misses it. But he is looking for his shots here. He is going to score or die a glorious death. So let's have a look if let's have a look at social media. And Kai says, yeah, Sunda out. Yeah, he is, but and he also adds that he thinks that is that. Yeah, but yeah, I mean that was we knew that the Indian innings wouldn't last that long on this third morning. But if Bumrah can make a quick fire 10, 15 on this pitch, that might make the difference between glory and ignominious defeat and ignominy. Triumph and ignominy. The difference between triumph and ignominy might actually be a quick fire 10-15 from a Bumrah, and maybe Prasidh Krishna can do something as well. The lead is 160 runs, remember, and yeah, this pitch is looking dangerous. As Boland continues, who still has hopes of taking a 5-for here. 2 more wickets left to pick. Boland 4 for 44, and he is facing Mohammad Siraj. He bowls right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Siraj, who looks for a leg glance, misses it, taken by Carey behind the stumps, and there is no run. And we are again seeing a comparison of the dismissal of Washington Sunda. Sunda wasn't playing down the wrong line here. If there had been no seam movement, the delivery that hit middle and off, the tops of middle and off, it would have missed the stumps if there had been no seam movement in that one. As Siraj plays out another dot ball, 156 for 8. India lead by 160 runs. Boland coming in for the third delivery of his over. Right arm over the wicket. And this one is edged by Mohammad Siraj to first slip, and he has to go for 4 runs as Usman Khawaja takes it easily at first slip. India 156 for 9. So the game is afoot. It is accelerating, and we can't forget, and that means that Scott Boland has taken a fifer in the second Indian innings. That's a good low catch by Usman Khawaja, as there are some replays from the umpires. I don't think that there is any basis of challenging that decision. Third umpire's decision coming in, and it is out. That is not a surprise. Mohammad Siraj has to go, and that brings Prasidh Krishna out at number 11 for the Indians, who are 156 for 9. 160 the lead. We will see. Not easy batting conditions by any chance. A lot of seam movement, and I'm not sure that the Australians are better suited to deal with these conditions, because this is a very unusual pitch for Australian conditions. They like their bounce, and they like their pace in the pitches. The Australians are about as uncomfortable with a crumbling pitch that where the ball jags around as any other batsman. This one looking perhaps more like either a Pakistani dry pitch, like a dry Pakistani pitch that cracks up excessively, or like one of those pitches the South Africans used to roll out a few years back. I remember when the Indians were there, and the pitch was an absolute minefield, as Prasidh Krishna defends the first delivery that Scott Boland delivers. He defends it out into the offside. There is no fielder there because everyone is in the outfield, and they see the potential for a quick single, and they steal one. And Prasidh Krishna is off the mark. One more run to the Indian total. As we are seeing replays of Usman Khawaja's catch at first slip, 157 for 9. And Bumrah looking for an absolute hoik over cow corner, misses one and is bowled by Scott Boland, who has taken 6 for 45 from 16.5 overs. India are all out for 157, and the Australians have been set a target of 162 in their second innings. As the Indians lose their final wicket. And let's have a look at what that dismissal of Bumrah. This ball pitched outside Bumrah's off stump. Bumrah was stepping back a bit to whack it over cow corner. It seemed so much that the ball that pitched outside of was taking the top of leg stump. And yeah, so let's have a look at some highlights of this second Indian innings. The highlight from an Indian perspective surely has to be a very entertaining 61 by Rishabh Pant, which is the highest, which is the top score in the match. Has to be one of the lower top scores in a match. 61 is the top score in this match. I remember Dan and Alex talking about the 1981 Ashes, where there was a test where Mike Brearley made top scored in a test, and I don't think it was even 50. Yeah, I think that was 48 or something. All in all, thus far in 3 innings, we have only had 2 scores of 50 or more. The other one is, or the first one is the highest one, is Rishabh Pant. The other one is Bo Webster, who made a maiden test half century on debut. He also took a maiden test wicket on debut. So that is probably one of the highlights of this Indian innings. Of course, Scott Boland taking 6 for 45. 3 wickets to Pat Cummins and 1 to Bo Webster. India 157 all out, as no other batsman could make more than 22. And that was Yashasvi Jaiswal, who went on an absolute tear yesterday when the Australian bowlers had very, very short rest. He took Mitchell Starc, who bowled the opening over for, I think, 16 runs, something like that. So, and with that, we have an innings break, and I will be with you shortly. Take a short break, but first of all, let's have a look at social media. Yeah. I jinxed. Kai is saying that so much for that quick fire 10 or 15 from Bumrah. Yeah, kind of jinxed him. And he also thinks that 162 are not enough. No, I'm not convinced they are not enough. This is a very, very dangerous pitch, and it is one of those pitches where I can see the Australians having real problems. It's really hard to survive. You need to take risks because this pitch is so dangerous that you don't really have time to get your eye in, because there's so much deviation that sooner rather than later there is a ball with your name on it, and you need to take risks and make runs quickly. This is not a pitch where you can really play a long innings, build an innings, and play for time. I don't think so. And the more shots you play, the riskier it gets. So this might actually be, they might be out for less than 50 here. You can't guarantee anything on this pitch. So, with that thought, I will leave you for just a few moments, and I will be with you in a few minutes for the chase. See you later. And we are back for the chase of Australia. 162 is the target for the Australians on this wearing pitch that has quite a few demons in it. Here's a nerdy joke. This pitch has more demons in it than your average Warhammer 40k Dark Heresy campaign, in which you play for the Ordo Malleus. That qualification is needed to any Warhammer 40k nerds out there. Not that many demons in campaigns that focus on the Ordo Xenos. Anyway, Sam Constas is the batsman on strike, and he is facing Mohammad Siraj. The two have a lot of beef, more beef than two players should have, who have only faced each other in in 5 games, I think. And the first one is very, very dangerous, as Mohammad Siraj bowls right arm over the wicket with the new ball. And it misses Sam Constas top of off by about 2 or 3 centimeters, as Constas plays a very speculative leave. Living dangerous here. No, they have only played 2 matches against each other, at best, as Mohammad Siraj bowls more onto the stumps. The ball is going down the leg side. Sam Constas looking for a leg glance, misses it, and Rishabh Pant takes it to his left behind the stumps, and there is no run. This one seems quite a bit as well. The Australians require 162 runs. In comes Mohammad Siraj again. And this one is so far down the leg side that Rishabh Pant can't get it. 5 wides, because it is so far down the leg side that it is given as wides by the umpire. So, the Australians are off the mark. Still no runs off the bat. We'll get there in wides, boys. The field for Mohammad Siraj, there is a mid-wicket, there is a point, there are 2 slips, there is a gully, and this one is an outside edge that just evades gully. It is fielded in the deep at 3rd man, and the Australians have their first run off the bat. Sam Constas is off the mark, 1 of 3. Australia 6 without loss. Oh, this is looking nervy. Usman Khawaja is on strike. 143 runs at an average of 18.87 for him, and this one is looping up high into the air. It is coming down very, very steep, and it is so steep that the impact kills all the momentum the ball had in a it comes to a dead stop. It's looping up so high, and that is another single, I think. No, it's 2 runs to Khawaja, 8 without loss, the Australians, as Mohammad Siraj continues right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Khawaja, who defends it into the offside. They take off for a very, very quick single, and Australia are 9 without loss. Khawaja has to make a dive at the non-striker's end because I think that is Ravindra Jadeja is coming in from mid-off, fielding that and threatening to throw down the stumps at the non-striker's end. But Khawaja is safe. So 9 runs thus far off the over. In comes Mohammad Siraj again and slashed by Sam Constance. And he will find the boundary. Yes, he does at cover. And there is 4 runs more to the Australian total, 13 without loss. And as I said, the approach of the Australians seems to be live by the sword, die by the sword. Thus far, no one has died by the sword yet, but the thinking seems to be that this pitch is so dangerous that sooner rather than later, there will be one that takes your wicket. Make hay while the sun shines. As Prasid Krishna is set to partner Mohammad Siraj from the other end. As I predicted, Jasprit Bumrah not opening the bowling. And for some reason, Winwiz now has Australia as 82% favorites, India 18%. I think that's a bit optimistic from an Australian point of view, as Usman Khawaja hooks one to deep fine leg, where it is fielded by Mohammad Siraj, and the Australians take a single, 14 without loss. Even if you think that the Australians are favorites from here, they are not 82% favorites from here. I think that is overstating the Australian case by quite a bit. Please do let me know if you agree. Use the YouTube chat or write me on Blue Sky, as Constance clips one off his hip, and there is another single into the leg side for the Australians. Need some more coffee. Yeah, I think 82% is overstating it. As the Australians are looking for runs every delivery. This one by Khawaja is mistimed into the leg side, fielded, and there is no run. The Australians require 147 more runs. In comes Prasid Krishna again, right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Khawaja, defended into the offside. They take another quick single. But remember, the Indians also started their second innings at breakneck pace. 16 off the first over, bowled by Mitchell Starc. And again, Sam Constas receives a short delivery that he hooks. This one is fielded at deep fine leg by two Indian fielders who save the boundary. That I think is Virat Kohli. No, it's not. It's Nitish Kumar Reddy, who keeps the ball on the field. It is picked up by Mohammad Siraj, who throws it back in, and the umpires decide this is 3 wides. And now Prasidh Krishna is losing a bit of his radar, because the next one is down the leg side. It is bouncing so high that Rishabh Pant can't stop it behind the stumps. This one is not as wide as the one that was bowled by Mohammad Siraj earlier. So these are just 4 byes, not 5 wides. Australia, 23 without loss. And Constas slashes one into the onside. It is stopped at cow corner by Ravindra Jadeja, who hauls it in just short of the boundary, and the Australians have taken, I think, another couple of runs. It is not yet on the scoreboard, because they are checking if that indeed was a boundary. Did any part of Ravindra Jadeja's body touch the advertising board when he stopped the ball? They have concluded that it wasn't, and the Australians have run 3. So 26 without loss for Australia, 136 more runs required. Very erratic, that first over by Prasidh Krishna. If you are looking at both the pitch map and where the ball arrived at the batsman, one was around 5 meters. The closest one, the one that pitched closest to the batsman, is about 5 meters out. Another one is, there are 2 half trackers in there. Yeah, that was very, very erratic. 26 from 2 overs. As Mohammad Siraj continues, this one is bowled right arm over the wicket outside the off stump. Sam Constas is looking for a cut. Steps away to the leg side, angles his bat outside his off stump and misses it. Two very expensive overs to open the Australian innings from an Indian perspective. In comes Mohammad Siraj, and this one is deflected into the leg side by Sam Constas, and this one is not stopped at the boundary by Washington Sundar. And the Australians bring up their 132 more runs required. Yeah, this is a bit of a cause for concern for the Indians thus far. The Australians going along at over 12 and over. And Constas follows his first boundary of the second delivery with the second boundary of the third delivery for the over. And it looks like the Indian bowlers, who looked so very, very threatening during the first Australian innings, have lost the plot a bit. As Richie Benno would say, very, very ordinary bowling as regards line and length thus far from both Siraj and Prasidh Krishna. Which is, of course, a very, very polite way to say shit cricket all around. As Mohammad Siraj pulls his length back a bit, bowls outside the off stump. Sam Consters looking for an uppercut, misses it, and it goes through to Rishabh Pant, and there is no run. 128 more runs required. Kohli could look happier at the moment. The run rate is 12.75. Fifth delivery of Mohammad Siraj's second over. In he comes again. This one is driven out to cover by Sam Consters, and there is a single. 35 without loss, Australia. Final delivery of Siraj's second over coming up. Yeah, frantic action to start the second Australian innings in pursuit of 162. They made a quick fire 35. In comes Mohammad Siraj, angling a delivery that is bowled over the wicket across the left-handed Khawaja, and there is no run. So 35 without loss. Khawaja playing the anchor in this innings, 5 of 6, and Sam Consters 18 of 12. And Prasidh Krishna continues. He's conceded 9 of his first over. 127 more runs required for the Australians. Let's have a look if anyone is with us on social media. YouTube, no, Kai is the final one that is there. Let's have a look at Blue Sky. Oh, there is a notification, but that is just someone liking the announcement of the stream. And Prasidh Krishna gets a dot ball as Sam Consters is stepping away to leg and looking for an almighty heave over the offside, and this one misses his stumps. Next one is more onto the legs, clipped away by Sam Consters, fielded at deep square leg, and the Australians, I think, have taken another couple of runs. Yeah, 37 without loss. 125 more runs required. Well. Have they watched, well, the Australians look like they watched Rishabh Pant's innings and have decided that this is the blueprint of how to play on this pitch here. Going hell-bent for leather. Third delivery is a dot ball as Sam Consters can't pierce the leg side field, and there is no run. 37 without loss, Australia. In comes Prasidh Krishna again, right arm over the wicket. Played out to backward square leg, and it is fielded there. Relay throw in, and the Australians have taken another couple. Consters 22 of 16. 123 more required. He is now taking off his gloves and talking to Usman Khawaja in the middle of the pitch. Khawaja tapping him on the shoulder. Now he is putting his gloves back on, taking his guard again. 2 more deliveries in Prasid Krishna's second over. In he comes again, 2 slips in place, and this one is high in the air, and it is taken by Washington Sundar, and that is the end of Sam Constas, as Washington Sundar takes one at mid-off, and that is the first Australian wicket to fall, 39 for 1, and that is the danger of this pitch. Constas mistimes one, it goes too high in the air, it is a relatively easy catch. And yeah, that is the danger. Is the collapse on here? Now we have another new batsman out in the middle. Marnus Labuschagne should be in for Australia at number 3. And will he be able to score at that pace that Sam Constas scored at? Because Constas was also he made a very good 60 on debut. Very quick fire. Let's have a look at the scorecard. In the first Australian innings, Constas had one of the higher strike rates in that innings. Only Travis Head had a higher strike. Travis Head and Scott Boland had a higher strike rate than him. But those two made a combined 13 runs in the first innings. Travis Head made 4 of 3 and Boland 9 of 9. Everyone else in the Australian lineup was batting slower than Constas. And there is a definite potential for mistiming deliveries, giving easy outfield catches. 3 slips and a gully in place for Marnus Labuschagne as Prasid Krishna is coming in right arm over the wicket, defended into the leg side and fielded by mid-on. And there is no run. 123 more runs required as Prasid Krishna is handed his cap back by the umpire. And that concludes the fourth over of the Australian second innings. 39 for 1. Let's have a look. Kai is has probably gone to bed now that after those first 3 overs. Well, I mean, if I were an India fan, or as an India fan in Europe, in Germany, it is a 1:45 in the morning, and after those first 3 overs, I can understand that you want to go to bed after that. But after that first onslaught, Prasid Krishna found the magic, found the breakthrough. Sam Constas is gone, and Mohammad Siraj is starting his third over with a dot ball to Usman Khawaja, who is a way more cautious player than Sam Constas. 2 slips and a gully in place for Usman Khawaja as Mohammad Siraj continues right arm over the wicket. This one is played behind square into the offside by Usman Khawaja, and there is another single in that. So the Australians bring up their 40 runs, 122 more required. Manos Labuschagne is back on strike. Let's see. The Indian batsmen will look to build the pressure here. If they can do that, there is a good chance the Australians will make mistakes, especially since the pitch is really, really hard to bat on. In comes Mohammad Siraj, and this one is a wide Yorker that Manos Labuschagne chips back to mid-off, and there is no run. Still 40 for 1. Fourth delivery coming up. Virat Kohli is clapping. He is standing at first slip. KL Rahul at second slip. And Manos Labuschagne leaves one wide outside the off stump alone in that very Manos Labuschagne kind of way where he twiddles the bat over the head. And there is no run. Jadeja fielding at mid-on. In comes Mohammad Siraj, and this one is, there is a lot of bounce, and Manos Labuschagne leaves it alone. The bounce is so much that Rishabh Pant can only get the tip of his finger, of his gloves onto that one. It loops up. Virat Kohli from first slip is turning around, running after it, picking it up behind the back of Rishabh Pant's behind Rishabh Pant, throws it in. The Australians run one by. And the Australians move on to 41 for 1. One more delivery. No. The last one is a play and a miss. And that concludes the fifth over. 41 for 1. 2 runs off that over. And the Indians are imposing some control. Is it enough though? Or is that early onslaught from Sam Consters something that might get the Australians over the line relatively comfortably? Only time will tell. In comes Prasidh Krishna, and the first one is driven by Manos Labuschagne. It is fielded at long off by Washington Sundar, who is running after it. And the Australians have taken a couple. Manos Labuschagne is off the mark with that 2. So, reminder, if you are listening and you are not subscribed, please like and subscribe. That would really, really help me. I'm a very small channel, as you might have noticed. In comes Prasidh Krishna, clipped off his toes by Manos Labuschagne, and this one finds the mid-wicket boundary, and there is another boundary for the Australians. 4 runs for Manos Labuschagne. Australia 47 for 1 now. They require another 115 runs. yeah, um, this is certain to be the final day of the Border Gavaskar Trophy, for better or worse. That doesn't mean there is nothing more coming on this channel, because I will do a series review after this series is gone. Next delivery from Prasid Krishna, Manos Labuschagne can't take advantage of that one, as he leans back, drops his hands, and there is no run as it goes through to Rishabh Pant behind the stumps. That doesn't mean that is the end of content on this channel. I will do a series review after all is said and done. You can look forward to that. I have some spectacular guests lined up for that. The only problem is we have to make it work time-wise, because we are all over the world, all over the place, as they say. Manos Labuschagne plays one out into the offside. It is fielded at backward point, and there is no run. Anindra Dutta, author of Wizards, The Story of Indian Spin Bowling. Abhishek Mukherjee, co-author of the latest Jared Kimber book. Brian Barish from Philadelphia, who is an absolute cricket nerd, and he is most known for being a commentator for Aussie rules in the USA, and for minor league cricket in the USA officially, an official commentator for that one. Adit might be with us, time permitting. He, of course, is the host of the Cricket Sickos podcast that we have been playing during the intervals for a lot of the series. So, if you don't want to miss any of that, you will have to subscribe, or you should subscribe to the channel, and you will be notified when anything in that regard drops. You should also follow Armchair Cricket Podcast over on Blue Sky, because I will be recording a podcast episode with Ajit later today. And Prasid Krishna gets out of a pickle here after conceding 6 runs off the first 2 deliveries. He keeps Manos Labuschagne quiet for the next 4. 47 for 1 Australia after 6 overs. Let's have a look if anyone is with us. Doesn't look like it. Well, anyway. Manos Labuschagne was hit on the forearm during Prasid Krishna's over. There seems to be some swelling. Yeah, that looked a nasty hit. Usman Khawaja drives one out into the cover area, and the Australians are taking a couple of runs. 49 for 1. Usman Khawaja on strike. He is on 8 of 10. Labuschagne at the other end is 6 of 10. In comes Mohammad Siraj for the second delivery. He continues right arm over the wicket, and this one is clipped towards mid-wicket. Siraj is running after it, looking to field it himself. Misses it. It is stopped by Shubman Gill, and the Australians have taken another single. 112 more runs required as they bring up their 50 with a single by Usman Khawaja. Manos Labuschagne, the batsman, on strike now. .2 overs gone, and the Australians are 50 for 1. 112 more runs required. In comes Mohammad Siraj, and Manus Labuschagne looks to defend. It beats his outside edge. They don't take a run. That is a dot ball. 50 for 1. No, it's a no ball. So, looks like Mohammad Siraj has overstepped here. And indeed he does. And that means the Australians are 51 for 1. In comes Mohammad Siraj again, right arm over the wicket. And Manus Labuschagne shoulders arms, lets this one go through to Rishabh Pant, and there is no run. Let's see what's happening here. There is a bit of time wasting going on. Australia need 111. No, Mohammad Siraj is coming in now, right arm over the wicket, and Labuschagne leaves another one alone. Kohli very, very animated at first slip as Rishabh Pant takes that one behind the stumps. And the Australians still require 111 runs. Well, all I can say is not all is lost. I have seen some spectacular collapses in my time. Granted, the best one was by India in a test match against South Africa. But first of all, Mohammad Siraj is coming in again, right arm over the wicket, and he can't believe that he misses Manus Labuschagne's off stump there. There is a lot of seam movement, late swing as it passes the batsman, and it just bounces over the stumps. It pitches outside the off stump, and it flies over the leg bail. That's how much movement there is as Manus Labuschagne is leaving that one on line. Yeah. It as the ball pitches, it looks like it might be in the channel of, or just outside the channel, just outside of. And if it had gone through straight, it would have missed the top of off. Not only on height but also on line, but instead it seams in so much that it misses the leg bail, but only on height. The most spectacular collapse in a test match I have ever witnessed was India losing 6 wickets without scoring a run. That was against South Africa, I think, last winter. They won that match though, so yeah, no harm done. Prasidh Krishna continues, and he is clipped towards deep backward square leg by Usman Khawaja, first delivery for a single. 110 more runs required. That was quite the spectacular collapse. It is, I think, the most spectacular collapse in all of Test history. No team has ever lost 6 wickets without scoring a single run. That was a test that was over inside 2 days, if I remember correctly. I don't really remember where it was played. Was it Johannesburg or was it Durban? I think it was one of the two. Second delivery of Prasidh Krishna's fourth over is another dot ball, as Manus Labuschagne remains on 6 of 16. Australia 52 for 1. Krishna walking back towards his mark. Australia, according to Winviz, are 90% favorites. In comes Prasid Krishna and Manus Labuschagne leaves one alone. There are 2 slips in place. Virat Kohli at first and KL Rahul at second slip for Prasid Krishna. So, deep square leg is going back in. Fourth delivery of Prasid Krishna's fourth over coming in now. Australia still requiring 110 runs. In comes Krishna, and this one is on the stumps. Manus Labuschagne looking for a leg glance. There is an appeal for caught behind as Rishabh Pant takes it behind the stumps. The DRS timer is ticking down. Down, 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 and no one is reviewing. Let's have a look at the replay. Yeah, Labuschagne is missing that by about 20 centimeters. It also it passes him close to the pad, but if it had hit the pad, it would have definitely gone down the leg side. Fifth delivery is basically a repeat of the same one. Prasid Krishna is bowling it onto Manus Labuschagne's legs. It seems away to the leg side, taken behind the stumps by Rishabh Pant, as Manus Labuschagne is unable to lay bat onto that as well. There is no run. Final delivery of Prasid Krishna's over. In he comes, and this one is wow. Manus Labuschagne looking for an uppercut with a cross-batted shot outside the off stump, and this one goes straight to Yashasvi Jaiswal, and Manus Labuschagne is walking off, muttering to himself like the madman that he is, as Yashasvi Jaiswal makes no mistakes this time. He had a horrid day in Melbourne where he dropped 3 catches. This time, no mistakes from Yashasvi Jaiswal, and Manus Labuschagne has to go. Caught Jaiswal, bowled Prasid Krishna for 6 of 20 deliveries, and Australia are 52 for 2, and that should bring Steve Smith out into the middle. Wow. And this is more like I would like I imagined it would go. So yeah, the Sam Consters onslaught early, that is something that probably rattled the Indian bowlers. 22 of 17 at a strike rate of 129 for 0.41. But this is much more how I was expecting it to go. Scores like 6 of 20 here by Manus Labuschagne. If the Indians can remove Usman Khawaja now, we might actually start seeing a parade of batsmen coming out into the middle. Poking around for a bit and then being dismissed for not that many runs after having faced around 15 balls or something like that. Mohammad Siraj continues. Edged by Usman Khawaja and fielded at backward point. The Australians take a single, so Smith is getting ready to face his first delivery from Mohammad Siraj. He is taking a strike now. The Australians still require 109 runs as Mohammad Siraj comes in right arm over the wicket. And Smith shuffles across it and is beaten on the outside edge, taken behind the stumps by Rishabh Pant. This is getting interesting now as Siraj comes in again, clipped off the pads by Steve Smith, and they run through for a couple of runs as Nitish Kumar Reddy is fielding that behind square on the leg side in the outfield. 55 for 2, 107 more runs required. So, in comes Mohammad Siraj again, right arm over the wicket, pushed back towards him by Steve Smith, and there is no run. Smith on 2 of 3. Two more quick wickets before lunch might make this very, very interesting. It would mean that Head maybe Head or Carry might be in, or Head and Carry, depending on who gets out. Mohammad Siraj continues right arm over the wicket, and Smith is beaten outside on the outside, even though he shuffles across to the offside. Straight bat, held very, very high, and there is no run. Final delivery of Mohammad Siraj's 5th over coming up now. Steve Smith is 3 runs away from making it to 10,000 in Test cricket. In comes Mohammad Siraj, defended into the onside by Steve Smith, fielded by the fielder coming in from mid-wicket, and there is no run. 55 for 2 Australia. 20 minutes until lunch. Let's have a look if anyone is with us. Remember, please, you can always use the YouTube chat to get in touch with me. You can also use Blue Sky. And if you are watching this and are not subscribed, please consider liking and subscribing. This is a very, very small channel, and any interaction helps with the almighty YouTube algorithm. And here we go as Prasid Krishna is bowling right arm around the wicket to Usman Khawaja, who tamely drives one out to cover, and there is no run. My stream is buffering. No, here we go again. Right arm around the wicket, and this one is driven into the offside by Usman Khawaja. It is fielded by Jadeja, who is coming around from mid-on. but the Australians have taken a single, so Steve Smith is now on strike. 56 for 2, 106 more runs required. In comes Prasid Krishna, and there is an appeal for LBW as Steve Smith is squared up and the ball trickles out into the offside towards cover. The DRS timer is ticking down and Virat Kohli has reviewed it. There is a question of if there is bat or pad first. The decision has been reviewed. It is given as not out on the field. Let's go to the third umpire. Smith is not looking that bothered. And now we are seeing the replay, and he probably should be. I don't think that there is bat on that. It hits him relatively. It hits him on the knee roll, but it has hit him on the back leg. Impact is outside off. And that is that. The Indians lose their review. Impact is outside off, and because Steve Smith was playing a shot, that means it is not out. Would be interesting to see ball tracking here if it would have gone on to hit the stumps. Anyway, in comes Prasid Krishna, and this one is an on drive from Smith, who is now giving some lip to Krishna for some reason. Don't know why, because it is fielded at mid-on and there is no run. Fifth delivery coming up. Smith on strike. He is on 2 of 7. Khawaja 12 of 15. Australia still require 106 more runs. Smith taking guard, stepping across to the offside, and he guides one down to third man, and the Australians, I think, have taken a couple runs. Yes, they do. 58 for 2, Smith 4 of 8. Final delivery of Prasid Krishna's over coming up now. Smith twitching his way back to his crease, readjusting his box 3, 4, 5 times. Now he's readjusting his front pad. In comes Prasid Krishna, right arm over the wicket. Smith looks for a deliberate uppercut, and this one loops straight to Yashasvi Jaiswal at gully, and that is another huge wicket for the Indians. Smith has to go. Australia 58 for 3 as Steve Smith is dismissed on 9,999 test runs. He has to go for 4. Caught Jaiswal, bowled Prasid Krishna. Australia 58 for 3, and Steve Smith can't believe what he has done, and Prasid Krishna is cock-a-hoop. High fives for KL Rahul, a hug from Virat Kohli as Smith goes, caught Jaiswal, bowled Prasid Krishna for 4. And that brings out Travis Head into the middle. Still 104 runs required for the Australians. Travis Head at 5 for Australia. "15 more minutes to go before lunch." If the Indians can take another wicket here, that would make it very, very interesting. They need to take it soon, so as to force the number 6 to come out before lunch. So not to take an early lunch. To have a go at him for a few minutes before lunch, and then having a go at him again after lunch, after an interval, after a break in play. That's when wickets tend to fall. I don't know what's going on. Virat Kohli is turning his pockets inside out. He's also looking down his crotch. What's going on here? Is Virat Kohli really making a Cameron Bancroft joke here? As the first delivery of Siraj's 6th over was indeed a dot ball. Second one is a couple, though. As we are seeing the dismissal of Steve Smith, very, very good catch at gully by Yashasvi Jaiswal, who had to take 2 or 3 steps, very quick steps, to his right, had to dive and took it very, very low to the ground. Clipped off his legs by Usman Khawaja, fielded at deep backward square leg, and the Australians have taken a single. They brought up their 60 with that couple of the second delivery of Mohammad Siraj's 6th over, and that means Travis Head is on strike for his first delivery. He will face Mohammad Siraj. Virat Kohli is directing the field. "101 more runs required for the Australians, and if the Indians take a couple more wickets, they will feel like the Australian tail is exposed, as Travis Head slashes at one wide outside his off stump, as Mohammad Siraj is continuing right arm over the wicket to the left-handed head, and there is no run as it is fielded at mid-off by, I think that's Jadeja. Once again, we are seeing the dismissal of Steve Smith, who was looking for an uppercut, gets a top edge and is caught by Jaiswal at gully. In comes Mohammad Siraj again. This one is clipped into the onside by Travis Head, and the Australians run through for a quick single. Final delivery of Mohammad Siraj's 6th over coming up. And now Winvis is reeling it back. The win probability for the Australians is dropping 73% after they were, I think, 90% favorites according to Winvis just a few minutes ago. Usman Khawaja squeezes one out off the outside edge, and I don't know if that has reached the boundary. That will be a case for the third umpire, as Jadeja is fielding that at third man, and I think that is 4 runs. Ah, yes, and according to according to ESPN Cricinfo, Virat Kohli is gesturing to the crowd because there is excessive movement of the ball, and he is gesturing to the crowd. No sandpaper here. He was also looking down the crotch of his pants in a very clear, if a bit crude and cruel, Cameron Bancroft reference. And apparently the third umpire has concluded that Jadeja was clear of the ball when he hit the advertising sponge, and therefore there are just 3 runs in there. So Jadeja saved a boundary there after Khawaja got it past him at point and he ran it down. Yes, it is given as 3. Travis Head is now on strike. He will face Usman Khawaja, of course, because he pinched the strike. He's on 18 of 19. If the Indians could dismiss him before lunch, that would probably give them quite an edge now. 97 more runs required. The target is below 100 for the first time, or the target has dropped below 100 as Prasidh Krishna comes in right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Usman Khawaja, who plays it back to him, and there is no run. Well, it's good to see that Kohli is still cocky, even though he has not had the best of series. As Usman Khawaja defends into the onside, there is no run. Krishna walking back to his mark. 97 runs still required by Australia. They are 65 for 3. Usman Khawaja is on strike, 18 of 21. Travis Head at the other end, 1 of 2. In comes Prasidh Krishna, 2 slips in place for him. Bowled right arm around the wicket, outside the off stump, left alone by Usman Khawaja, and there is no run. Nitish Kumar Reddy is applauding Prasidh Krishna as there is a third dot ball and the Australians still require 97 more runs. In he comes again, and this one is hits him high on the leg, and I think that is given as leg buys. Indeed, that is 1 leg buy as the Australians run through for a quick single. 66 for 3. Australia still requiring 96 more runs. But keep in mind that most of those 66 runs come from Usman Khawaja and Sam Constance, who was the first wicket to fall. As Travis Head is on strike, and Prasidh Krishna continues right arm around the wicket. Head plays it out into the leg side, and there is no run. Final delivery coming up. Australia 66 for 3. In he comes, right arm around the wicket, flicked off his legs and misfielded by mid-on. That is a costly mistake. Who is that at mid-on, as Travis Head is getting 4 runs for that one? It's Jadeja. Uncharacteristically sloppy for him. He is known as one of the best fielders in international cricket, obviously. 4 runs, Australia bring up their 70. So 70 for 3 after 12 overs. And that should be the final over before lunch, I think. 92 more runs required by the Australians. Khawaja on strike. He will face Mohammad Siraj. In comes Mohammad Siraj, right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Khawaja, who plays that one out to cover. There is no run as Travis Head is looking for a single. He is sent back by Khawaja. He was down the pitch quite a bit, quite a far way down the pitch. He is sent back and there is no run. Australia still requiring 92 runs. In comes Mohammad Siraj. He continues right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Khawaja, who squirts one out into the offside. The fielder from cover is coming around to extra cover, picks it up, and the Australians take a single. Australia 71 for 3. Travis Head 5 of 4. Usman Khawaja on the non-strikers and 19 of 25. Remember, you can get in touch. Oh, wow, yeah, Kai Vincent. Wow, Smith out. 1 run away from 10,000. Yes. And he is correct. Now it is getting very, very interesting. Yes, this is, as I said, this is more like I was thinking it would go. Usman Khawaja and Sam Constance playing very, very good innings here, or Constance played a very good innings in the context of the match. But I was really expecting more like that Smith innings, like that Labuschagne innings, and that might really make it interesting because if the Indians take another couple of wickets, the Australians are down to Pat Cummins and the tail, and they can really bully those guys, I think. 2 more dot balls in Mohammad Siraj's 7th over, so only the single of Siraj's 7th over, yet Australia 71 for 3, 2 more deliveries left in the over, and I am pretty sure that this will be the last over before lunch. So in comes Mohammad Siraj, right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Travis Head, who tries an extravagant drive, takes his hand off the bat, the bottom hand off the bat. Is he hit on the hand? Let's have a look at the replay. If the broadcast might provide that, that would be nice. No, we're not getting it. In comes Siraj. This one is on the leg stump and short. Travis Head ducks under it, and there is no run. What's going on here? It is a dot ball. It is not given as a wide. Okay, they were checking if it is a wide. So That is Lunch, Australia, 71 for 3, requiring another 91 runs. And I will take a short break and I will leave you with, I think, some more cricket sickos. I guess I will have a look. I think I'll play the Dan Lipke episode. And yeah, you can look for the Cricket Sickos podcast on YouTube, and you should look for the Cricket Sickos podcast on YouTube because it is an excellent podcast. And because Brian Barish, who joined us for the first session yesterday, will be featured in one of the upcoming episodes. He told us yesterday that that he had recorded a podcast with Adit, so everyone can look forward to that. And with that, I will leave you for the lunch break. The game is poised very interestingly. It's going to be a fascinating afternoon session, and I think that might be the session that decides this test. So, thank you for listening, everyone, and see you in a bit.
Hello and welcome to the Cricket Seekers podcast. We've got a genuinely big guest on the pod this week. It's Dan Lipke. So if you don't know who Dan is, he has written multiple books and is the premier joke teller of Australian cricket, if not international cricket at large. He's really generously made time to talk to me between promoting his new book, which is called Australian Cricket's Best of the Best, The Outrageous Unofficial History of the Allan Border Medal. And I've linked the book and Dan's newsletter in the show notes. Yeah, I hope you enjoy my chat with Dan.
So, today's guest is the first one on the show to actually work in cricket full time. It's writer, podcaster, the comedian laureate of Australian cricket, Dan Lipke. Welcome, Dan.
Hi, Adit. How's it going?
I'm great, thank you. Yeah, and I'm very happy to have you on the podcast. Yeah, so you are someone who has managed to carve yourself a full-time job in cricket. Can you talk about how you did that?
Well, I guess the short answer is that I wrote, I don't know, 40,000 tweets until somebody decided they'd let me write a book. But so that's the short answer. The slightly longer answer is that I did I had a real job for a long time. I was a data analyst, and eventually I kind of pivoted to a position, and this was well before it became trendy, where I could work from home on a regular basis, which also let me schedule my time so that I could watch cricket as I worked from home. And that also meant that I could start tweeting as I was watching cricket. And basically, yeah, I just started a lot of work on Twitter, making a lot of jokes on Twitter, and just did that for a long time.
Was this
And
exclusively
then,
as the fake Nathan
eventually,
Horrocks, or was that, or was this as Dan Lipke?
this was under the guise of fake Nathan Horowitz, because that was kind of the trend in Twitter at the time.
Yeah.
It was funny to have all these fake personas, and there were fake Shane Watsons and fake Ricky Pontings and the like. And I just thought Nathan Horowitz seems the funniest person to have somebody pretend to be him. So yeah, so I did a lot of tweeting there. Kind of started to build a small following, but mostly it was just these tweets going out into the into the ether and disappearing after the match. And then after I met Kat, she was the one who said, "Well, this is dumb that you just write these jokes and then they go away." She basically convinced me that I should be doing more with the various jokes, which is what I did. I started writing articles for the Raw, which kind of led to more articles all over the place, and eventually, a long time later, a book deal or two, and that just keeps rolling on now.
Well, yeah, good that you mentioned Kat. Hopefully, future guest of on the show, Kat Jones. Um,
Yep.
yeah. So, just quickly on that, how how did you go from Twitter to the Raw to getting a book deal? Like, yeah, what kind of things had to happen to transition between those phases?
Yeah, so the Twitter to the Raw was pretty easy. The Raw
Yeah.
is a website in Australia. Pretty much anybody can
Mhm.
submit articles to write on it. They've got a big section for. It's a pretty good business model actually. They've got
Mhm.
a paid section, and then they've got the roar of the crowd, I think they call it,
Sure.
and they just take submissions from anybody, and if they like it, they'll put it up on their website. So I submitted some random joke articles for that, which they liked. And pretty soon I met with the editor who said, "No, this is good enough that it should be on the paid side of the thing." So I
Mhm.
was like, "Fine, I'm always happy to get some money." So I started doing that on a regular basis, and that led to other articles for other websites,
Mhm.
people liking what I was writing and saying, "Do you want to write here? You want to write there?" And I was also building up my Twitter profile at the same time, which meant I was interacting with editors of websites and the like.
Mhm.
So that kind of is how I built kind of website internet presence.
Mhm.
And then to get the book deals was basically I somehow had, after years of not really knowing what to do, I had an embarrassment of riches in that I got two offers at the same time, which was a
Wow.
little bit awkward because I couldn't write two books at the same time. Uh, but Russell Jackson
Yep.
got a job uh, editing at a bookstore, and he basically opened up and said, "If you got an idea, pitch us an idea."
Yep.
I thought, well, I know Russell. He's a good guy.
Mhm.
So I said, fine, I'll pitch some ideas to Russell. It took about 60 ideas before we came up with one that
So,
we decided was commercial enough.
so what was the first book?
That was the Instant Cricket Library. So that was a
Ah,
parody of basically a
yeah, right.
comedy book parodying all kinds of other non-existent. And it was an anthology of excerpts from non-existent cricket books.
Yeah.
So it let me parody pretty much anything, which was perfect because yeah, so that was great. And then at the same time, I was also met with went to a book signing with for Ben Pobji, who's a comedy writer in
Mhm.
Australia, and I met the publisher of a firm at that book signing, basically, enough to shake hands, say hello, and then the next day I just wrote an email to him again, encouragement from Kat, so you should pitch him an idea, pitched him an idea, and I think by that stage the other trick was I had a sufficiently large social media following that I'm a decent person to bet on as
Mm.
having a potential market. So they said, "Yeah, come on in and pitch us some ideas." And again, we pitched some ideas, and they were interested as well. So yeah, it was a prolific
Mm.
time, and then I was away.
Yeah, so I guess in the social media age, that factor that does factor into whether or not uh people sign you for things, right? Because they want to be sure that whatever it is that they sell, there will be an audience, there will be people who buy it.
Yeah, yeah. They want to leverage off. Yeah, I think the publishing industry these days it's difficult to do much marketing. So if an author has kind of a built-in following, that helps with the marketing. So yeah, so I just think having a large-ish, I mean
Mm.
it's not enormous, but it's large-ish
Mm.
social media following certainly helps.
Um, so I guess if there is anyone listening who has had thoughts about um taking their cricket fandom into a more professional into more professional pursuits, um, kicking around. Would you have any advice for them?
I guess I think I currently do a lot of my writing on Substack at the moment, so that's my where I have a Substack newsletter, leadcricket. Go to newsletter.leadcricket.com and you can subscribe to that. Get the plug in there for that. But yeah, if anybody could start a Substack, you may not have anybody reading it, but it's a good way to get your thoughts down, start writing, and again to build a social media. I don't know the secret to building a social media platform. It certainly helps. One of the advantages of cricket is that it's a live sport. If you hashtag your your thoughts at the
Like in
time,
VOs or
people
something.
Sorry. Yeah, yeah.
Like
Hashtag
INDVAUS.
IndieVOz or whatever the going hashtag at the time is.
Mm.
But that helps people find you because they will look for that hashtag. Or at least, I don't know so much anymore, but in the olden days, that's how people found one another. I think these days you also rely on Elon or whoever to surface you in the For You section. But yeah, so you write there, you write your thoughts down. I do jokes because that's basically what I've been doing. I used to write for Mad Magazine. I've written jokes all my adult life, so that's what I do. But it doesn't have to be jokes. You could do detailed data analysis, whatever you like to do. But you can actually get it out there. If you can get it out there in a timely fashion, you could slowly build a following, and it's kind of an exponential thing. The more it's really slow to get going. But over time, like the more people who follow you, the more people start to follow you because the ones who follow you like it or retweet it or whatever the equivalent is in other social media platforms, and that gets seen by more and more people, and it just builds more and more rapidly over time. So the trick with the social media stuff, it's very difficult to get started. How anyone gets any followers, it's a little bit of a mystery. The hashtags help.
Yes.
But what you find is it's incredibly slow to begin with, but as you get more and more followers, it does, it becomes exponential. The more people who follow you, the more likely to like or retweet or whatever the equivalent is in other platforms. And that expands you out to more and more people. So it does feel very painful to begin with. It feels like nobody will ever see anything you do, but if you can bust through that original hurdle and get to some kind of critical mass. Again, what critical mass is different for everybody. Then you'll eventually start building a decent following, assuming you've got something interesting to say, which hopefully you do.
Yeah. But yeah, so on top of having something interesting to say, it just sounds like it's a lot of plugging away until something happens.
Yes. Yeah. And you never know what's going to happen either, like especially on something like Twitter, which is where I got started. So that's my go-to point of reference. But you could do, hundreds of tweets, thousands of tweets, and then it only takes one to take off. And I think one of my early ones got retweeted by Will Anderson, and that attracted hundreds of followers immediately. But you've got to, but you never know which one it's going to be.
Yeah. Do you remember what that was?
It was by Mitch's and Marsha's tweet,
right, yes.
which went very viral and still goes viral every time I redo it, which gets less and less these days. But
that's the two Mitches, two Marshes,
yes,
etc.
Yeah, it was based on the time when there were, I think it was Mitch Marsh, Sean Marsh were playing, and Mitch Johnson and Mitchell Stark were also playing.
Yes.
So I did a breakdown of all the Mitches, Marshes, non-Mitch Marshes, non-Mitch Marshes, Mitch non-Marshes, non-Mitch Marshes, etc. So I did every combination, tallied them all up, which seemed like a very, there's no real joke in there other than the fact that tally of numbers, but I struck a chord.
Well, someone with your mathematical background could have probably made a Venn diagram.
But that's not as welcoming to the average Twitter reader. Yeah.
Yes. Cool. So, yeah, thank you for your thoughts on that. just kind of zooming out onto your background with the game, like how did you get into it? Like I think I've heard you mention that you were one of three brothers. Like, did that play into it at all?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I've got got a couple of younger brothers, and we are a traditional Australian family watching footy. My code of footy was rugby league because I was born in New South Wales in the winter, and then summer rolls around and you play cricket in the backyard in the summer. And I just did the same things that pretty much most kids did growing up. I grew up in the 70s and 80s, and it was a lot of you watch your cricket, you watch your ODI at the lunch break, you go in the background, you have a hit around.
Mm.
And I don't know, I don't really know. My brothers aren't as into the sport as I am. They watch it, but not they're not as insanely obsessed with it as I am. And but yeah, so something about it just took me from a very young age, and continues to do so.
I was going to ask about that, because I think even compared to other cricket writers, the work that you do is fairly unique. Like, was that uniqueness something that you had a sense of growing up, in the sense that most people watch cricket and think about cricket this way, but you did it some other way?
Uh, I don't really recall like specifically noting that. I don't really think. I think I've just got. I enjoy looking for the comedy in pretty much every aspect of daily
Mhm.
life. So looking for it in cricket just comes naturally to me. So I don't. Doesn't strike me as particularly odd or unusual. It's only the fact that other people find it odd and unusual that yeah, that is interesting, I guess.
Oh, yeah, and like that's not to say that you know, anything different or odd or unusual
No,
is in any way bad. It's just
no, no.
yeah, I think from my perspective, yeah, because I found cricket in primary school, um,
Mhm.
um, and yeah, like you say, this was in Perth, so our winter code was AFL, but in
Yep.
summer everyone got into cricket, and I knew everyone like watched games and like went to games and like we played it at our junior clubs, but I'm not sure there was anyone else who was scouring cricket for
Yeah.
between the ages of 7 and 11. And I suppose that is something that was available to me at the time in the early 2000s. So and yeah, like it didn't make me feel bad, but if anything, it kind of made me feel like I was, maybe not in these exact words, but I was adding something to the conversations.
Yeah.
Even if it's just, did you know that Steve Waugh has 10,000 runs, which I don't know, 10,000 test runs at the time, which I don't remember a lot of other kids obsessing over. But yeah, I guess that was my experience growing up.
Yeah, I guess I kind of only really noticed that in retrospect. I mean, so I did weird things like I had to, we were supposed to write a journal, in year, I don't know, 7 or 8 or
Mm,
something. And I remember one summer I basically spent the entire time, calculating like in backyard. This is backyard games of cricket with my brothers. Like I bowled this many overs, they've hit this many runs. This is my average. This is my, I faced this many balls. This is my Kit Kat strike rate because Kit Kat were the sponsors of the strike rate. So yeah, so I calculated that every time. uh, Even earlier than that, I had to, I made a 4-page comic strip of a future world in which there was a cricketing superhero. Like, so there's all kinds of
yeah,
weird things that I did. Yeah.
yep. On the Cricket Secrets podcast, that is the exact kind of story that we look for.
Yeah.
Um, Kind of getting into your adult life now. So we know each other through White Line Wireless, when
Hmm.
you and your partner Kat um made call out on the Can't Bowl Can't Throw podcast, looking for new commentators, and it's been a lot of fun learning how to do that from both of you.
Yep.
So just on White Line, how did you get involved with them?
I got involved with that very early on. It was originally called Raw Radio because
Hmm.
the Raw was sponsoring it. Something to do with. I know that Jeff Lemon was
Yes.
the main instigator of that,
Because
and
he
he
was the
just
editor of the Raw, right?
he wasn't the editor, I don't think, but he was one of the main writers. Anyway, he was certainly the driving force behind this Raw
Mhm.
radio idea. And I think this was for a Pakistan series. And I can't remember what year it was, many years ago,
Mm.
maybe 2014 or so. And he just DM'd me out of the blue. This is still when I was fake Nathan Horowitz. And he DM'd me and said, I'm starting this up. Would you be interested in being part of it? And I was like, I had no idea who he was or what I was doing. I was still
Mhm.
living in Sydney at the time, and
Yep.
it was all going to be based in Melbourne. And this
Mhm.
was really before there was Zoom
Yeah, right.
or anything like that. So it was quite a technological feat to actually pipe me in. But they were piping in a few other people from around the country. So yeah, I joined in there for that first time, and I think after that first series, they decided it was a bit too difficult to
Mm.
actually Zoom people in or whatever the equivalent Skype
Mm.
people in. So I didn't
Wasn't it a Google Hangout
rejoin.
at the time?
I think it predated. Oh, maybe I don't know Google when Google Hangouts were invented. But yeah, it was all too hard back in
Yeah.
those primitive days. But I did move to Melbourne in early 2015. By that stage, they'd done another series, and that's when Kat joined up. Uh, and then, so next time around, Kat and I both went in, and yeah, we just picked up. And by that stage, it had become White Line Wireless, and
Okay.
we were just part of one of the very early members of the crew. And I think this was around when Adam Collins was joining up as
Mm.
well, and Adam had the mad idea that we shouldn't just cover the odd Australian game here and there of the Women's World Cup. We should do every game, and we're like, Adam, you're crazy. This is madness. But somehow he did it, and we all did it. Adam likes to just make things happen, and he often does.
Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely a superpower of his. Was White Line Wireless how you and Kat met?
Kat and I met on the Can't Bowl, Can't Throw podcast. We interacted via Twitter here and
Right.
there, and I started the Can't Bowl, Can't Throw podcast with Dennis Freeman, and we did a few episodes of that, and then we were just looking for random guests. He knew Kat in Melbourne. Kat came on.
Mhm.
She did that. Then she was on for a while. Then I decided I didn't want to do any podcasting, and I quit the podcast. So she and Dennis continued for a while,
Mm.
but Kat and I just continued to stay in contact, and yeah, and that's more or less how we met.
Right. Yeah. And um yeah, so I guess your you and Kat's relationship kind of just tracked with the growth of like alternative cricket um um
Pretty much, yeah,
media
yeah.
in Australia.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. So as I say, we essentially met through Twitter, and just got to know one another through that. So yeah, it was all good.
And that was after you moved to Melbourne, or
No,
including.
I moved to Melbourne to be with her. So yeah, so
Okay, yeah, right.
we've been messaging back and forth, and then moved to Melbourne.
Right, yeah. Well, it was a pleasure to be on commentary with both you and Kat. Maybe a little bit surreal to feel like I was sitting on the side of a combo come through a record, but yeah, that was that's been a lot of fun. Um,
Yes.
so to get into kind of what I think is your bread and butter, like, so a mantra that you plaster all of your work is funny cricket is greater than good cricket, and I say greater than because you use a greater than sign. I
Yep.
I have to assume that that's intentional. Um, I also know that you've um, occasionally tried to formalize your theories on what makes cricket so funny. So can I ask what the current states of these theories are? And yeah, would you mind talking through some of your ideas about that?
Yeah, they're not. It's not really a fully formed theory, but I've got like kind of just smatterings of concepts and there's nothing more unfunny than talking about the theory of comedy. So if you expect this to be funny, I'm sorry to disappoint you. But
No,
my basic theory is that, um, and there's kind of three prongs to this theory. One is that cricket is at its essence. or the big moments in cricket come from wickets. Runs just kind of chug along. Runs are just kind of this continuous runs pile up. But every now and then, you get the unexpected thing of a wicket falling, which is the more unusual thing to happen. Runs, everyday occurrence. Wickets, oh, well, that's a bit of a surprise. A wicket has fallen. Even the best bowler against the worst batter, still odds on that the batter's going to survive it.
Okay. I think you called that intermittent gratification.
Exactly. Yes. Yes. Yeah. It's that exact same kind of principle. And of course, any kind of student of comedy knows that surprise is kind of a fundamental building block of comedy. The joke. It's funny because you didn't expect it to happen. Is in almost all cases a key element, which means that the surprise of a wicket is kind of a building block there. So that at least gives you the potential for some comedy. Then I guess the other factor that kind of interests me is that a wicket is the end of the batter, like that. So there's an element of jeopardy to the batter's innings as a result of that. So at any point they could lose their wicket, and that's very dangerous. And that kind of makes me think of the I think it's Mel Brooks who coined the saying, tragedy is when I cut my finger, comedy is when you fall down a sewer and die. So basically and what he means by that obviously is that as long as it's not happening to me, and anything dramatic that happens has the potential to be funny. And that kind of, and the kind of falling down a sewer and dying is in a sense the equivalent of a batter losing their wicket. Something terrible has happened to them. They've lost their wicket. They're gone. We won't be seeing them again, at least until the second innings. And that's the end of them. So you combine those two kind of things. You've got this random surprise. You've got this massive outcome, which ends in the batter being dismissed. It means that pretty much any time that there's anything unusual about a dismissal, the smallest thing that's unusual, you kind of got the building blocks of comedy there ready to go. And for that reason, I think there's some kind of inherent comedy built into cricket, which doesn't really exist in other sports. Other sports don't have this element of, points can be scored, and like in something like soccer, football, points are scored, and they may happen equally intermittently, maybe equally surprising, but a player's not out of the game as a result of a goal being scored. So there's this element of jeopardy combined with this intermittent surprise, which I think just makes it. There's some fundamental building block of comedy built into cricket, and that's about as far as I've got in my theory of why cricket tends to be funnier than most other sports.
Well, I think one prime example that has come up in the past few days is the Sheffield Shield game between New South Wales and Victoria, where Steve Smith got out for 3 in the first in the New South Wales first innings, and then a duck of 4 balls in the second, where you have legend of the game Steve Smith coming into face these state level bowlers and not being able to score runs.
I have a perfect example. I mean, Smith. Again, a lot of comedy is built around status. The higher status person falling is often that's the pie in the face essentially of an annoying businessman. So and Steve Smith is you don't get much more higher status in the modern game than Steve Smith. So anytime he fails, there's always an element of comedy to that.
And the cherry on top is like the faces he makes when he gets out, no matter if he's on 1 or 10 or 100, he always hates it.
He's a weird dude.
How much do you think? So you were talking about the fundamental building blocks of cricket that kind of bake the comedy in, but I always think that a lot of the comedy also comes from some of the arcaneness of the sport. Like it comes from kind of aristocratic English traditions, and some of that is being kept to this day. And I guess some people argue that it's a batter's game. Other people argue that unless the wickets are a certain amount of flat, it's a bad pitch. Yeah. Just like even talking about a good pitch is something that's easy to bat on. Whereas for a bowler, that's
Yes.
not it. Yeah. So it's kind of a blend of weird traditions, and I guess the modern notion that like sport needs to be taken seriously.
Yeah. Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, yeah. So what I just outlined before was kind of just this baseline, and of course, once you get deeper into it, then and know the basics of how cricket works, and eventually know the intricate details of how cricket
Mm,
works, then you can find comedy in all kinds of things. And as you say, like the
mm,
contrast between this kind of arcane, stiff upper lip,
mm.
British approach to the game. Anytime you contrast two things, there's the potential for comedy there. And yeah, so it's got that built into it. I don't think that's necessarily something that's special about cricket. I think that
Mm,
exists, that perhaps more so in cricket than most other sports, but it's like I can easily see something like baseball might have
mm,
similar things. I don't know baseball well enough, but I can imagine there's some kind of old-fashioned
mm.
uh, aspects to it. But yeah, certainly in cricket, which I know far better, that's definitely an aspect of it.
Yeah. I think um maybe one thing it does that baseball doesn't is that um I I guess it it was invented and spread through um um Britain and British colonialism, and now um as the sport is modernizing, that's being driven by India and South Asia, and
Yep.
the clash of those two cultures, and the clash of those two traditions, I guess.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, that's definitely very funny. Yes. Yeah, yeah.
yeah, the moment I remember you having a lot of fun during the England and India series, the England tour of India in was it earlier this year, right?
Yes.
Where Stokes didn't believe an umpire's call, and the Indian fans got crazy, and then something minorly bad happening to India, and yeah, and vice versa.
Yeah. Well, yeah. There's it's yeah, it doesn't matter who you make jokes about. There will always be somebody who finds offence and accuse you of being wildly biased, regardless of which team you're making the jokes about.
Another question I wanted to ask was because cricket lasts longer than most sports. Like even a T20 is twice the length of a soccer game. How much do you reckon the duration plays into the silliness of cricket?
That's a good question. I guess I mean there is, yeah, it's almost a cliche, but the idea that you can watch a test match for 5 days and have
Mm.
it be declared a draw, like there is something inherently comedic about wasting well, uh, what an
Spending.
outside observer would see as wasting time to watch a sport where there's no actual winner.
Mm.
uh, Obviously that's inherently a comedic idea. uh, so there's definitely something in that. Whether the longevity of it has any other kind of comedy built into it, I'm not quite sure. I guess it just gives you um, the potential for, yeah, and I think I use this analogy in one of the books I wrote. There's kind of an element of a shaggy dog story to it all, which is where you tell a long meandering story
Mm.
with no seeming purpose, and then if something unusual or funny happens, then it's like, well, maybe that does justify this incredibly lengthy lead up to it all. So maybe there's an element of there's a long build up to a single punchline of,
Mm.
I don't know, whatever stupid thing Stuart
Mm.
Broad decides to do.
Yeah, maybe I'm thinking of something like the the game in the ODI men's ODI World Cup last year, where Australia was dead to rights, losing to Afghanistan until Glenn Maxwell
Mm,
performed a miracle. Um,
yeah.
like that's I can see equivalents of that happening in other sports, especially maybe like tennis or something that can last
Mm,
quite a long time as well. But because that game went the distance, like both teams batted near enough to 50 overs,
yes.
and Glenn and even Maxwell's innings kind of had the different phases, and it cooked in in different stages. I think that is something that only cricket can do.
Yeah, you could be right. I mean, and it was a crazy innings, a crazy outcome. I mean, again, because it's so improbable, yeah, no one had ever seen an innings like that before. Certainly not to that extent. Yeah, obviously that gives you your surprise factor, and then all the crazy steps along the way, like the fact he's cramping, like he physically can't,
Yes, exactly.
like he can't bat properly.
He can't walk
doing
properly.
the exact yeah, he's doing the exact opposite of everything every cricket coach teaches you to do. He's just standing still and swinging his bat. Yeah, so many crazy elements to that innings, that partnership. I mean, Pat Cummins just sitting at the other end
Yes.
scoring whatever it was, 12 off 60 balls or something,
Something like that.
and just hanging around. Yeah, very nutty, nutty time.
Do you think there are teams that are inherently funnier than others? Like, is, for example, an Australian batting collapse as funny as an English batting collapse or as Pakistani batting collapse, something?
Yeah, I think each team in world cricket has certain.
And we are back for the post-lunch session, which is about to start in a few minutes. So, some news. Apparently, Jasprit Bumrah has not taken the field for the second innings. So, this seems to imply that Jasprit Bumrah will not bowl in this second Australian innings, in this chase. This is what's going to happen here. Now, the Indians need 7 wickets. The Australians need 91 runs to win. The Australians are 3 down. Usman Khawaja and Travis Head are the not out batsmen. Behind that are only Bo Webster, Alex Carey as designated batsmen. And then it is Pat Cummins, Mitchell Starc, Nathan Lyon, and Scott Boland. All 3 wickets thus far have been taken by Prasidh Krishna. And here's what would be the most ridiculous thing to happen. India win it, and Prasidh Krishna in his, I think, 3rd match takes all 10 wickets with India defending a target below 170. That would be the most ridiculous thing. He has obviously been looking the most threatening bowler that India has in this chase, as we are now seeing the Indian players in the huddle, and I see no Jasprit Bumrah. Virat Kohli is talking to the players. So let's see who is on for Jasprit Bumrah. The heads are close together. I can't see who is on for Bumrah, but it is very, very clearly Virat Kohli talking. So and I can't see Jasprit Bumrah. I think it might be Easwaran, but we will see. Looks like Travis Head is on strike. No, he was on strike before lunch, so that should flip over on my screen very, very soon. Usman Khawaja is not out, 19 of 25. And Let's see who will continue the bowling. It is going to be Prasid Krishna. Usman Khawaja is on strike, and Prasid Krishna is going to commence proceedings for India after lunch. 91 runs required for Australia to win it, 7 wickets for the Indians. There have been no maidens in this chase. Prasid Krishna has conceded 27 runs for his 3 wickets. Mohammad Siraj at the other end has conceded 38 for no wickets. It will be interesting to see if Virat Kohli is going to go with at least one over of Nitish Kumar Reddy instead of Mohammad Siraj, who has been looking hittable as Krishna continues right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Usman Khawaja, who defends this one into the offside, and there is no run. Prasid Krishna has taken 6 wickets so far in his one match in this series at an average of 11.5, which is pretty good. In he comes again, right arm over the wicket, a thick inside edge into the leg side for Usman Khawaja. It is fielded at mid-wicket, and the Australians are running through for a riskless single. .90 now required for Australia. The Indians will look for quick wickets right after lunch. The batsmen probably at their most vulnerable just after an interval. Let's see if Prasid Krishna can make anything happen here. Or if Mohammad Siraj might have found his line again after spraying it around a bit during the first session. Travis Head now gets a single into the leg side, and Usman Khawaja is back on strike. 89 runs required as Australia move on to 73 for 3. This is more what I was expecting of this chase. What I was expecting this chase to look like. Singles here and there, not that absolute onslaught that Sam Constance unleashed in the early stages of the chase. Anyway, Usman Khawaja tries to pull a leg side delivery from Prasid Krishna, misses it. It goes through to the keeper. As we see the lowest defended totals at the SCG since 1946, 117 the lowest defended total, as Khawaja clips one into the leg side where it evades the fielder at forward square leg. Target 117. In 95, South Africa defeated Australia by 5 runs. Australia defeat Pakistan by 52 runs in 1973 when the target was 159. And Australia defeated Pakistan by 36 runs when the target was 176. So, if the Indians defend this target, they will move into the top 3 lowest targets defended at the MCG ever, as there is another single of the final delivery of Prasid Krishna's first over after tea. 4 runs of it. Australia 75 for 3. The required runs is down to 87. Let's have a look if anyone is with us on social media. Remember, you can always use the YouTube chat. Or you can send your comments to @linuxlea.bsky.social over on the Twitter alternative. As we are seeing replays of Steve Smith's dismissal, as Mohammad Siraj is back into the attack. Siraj is at his mark. He has the ball in his hand. He is now starting his run-up. In he comes, right arm over the wicket to the left-handed Travis Head, who plays that out to cover, and there is no run. '87 is still required. The target 162. Mohammad Siraj with figures of none for 38. Economy above 5. As the Indian bowlers have pulled it back economy-wise after the Australians started at an insane 12 point something run rate. As Travis Head cuts one and it is fielded out in the deep, the Australians run through for a single. Virat Kohli is resetting the field. He is standing next to Rishabh Pant. Kohli at first slip. I think KL Rahul will slot in at second slip, as he has done for most of this test. Normally Rohit would stand at first slip, but he has rested / dropped himself for this test. It's been a bit unclear. It's been a bit of a shit show messaging wise from the Indian camp what happened to Rohit Sharma, as there is another dot ball as Mohammad Siraj is coming right arm over the wicket, angling one across Usman Khawaja, who leaves it, and it goes through to Rishabh Pant, and there is no run. 86 more runs required. In comes Mohammad Siraj again, right arm over the wicket, defended by Usman Khawaja, and he gets a thick outside edge that pierces the slip cordon, and there is a boundary. The Australians require another 82 runs. No chance for Yashasvi Jaiswal to stop that or make a catch, because it bounced in front of him. He dove to his right, couldn't make the stop, and Mohammad Siraj is having a bit of a shocker here after stepping up in the first innings. Usman Khawaja follows that boundary with a single down the ground, fielded at very straight mid-off. And Travis Head is back on strike. Australia require another 81 runs. Let's see. The ground is very, very pink today on Jane McGrath Day. Travis Head is cut in half by that last delivery from Mohammad Siraj, and there is no run. He was looking for an agricultural lofted shot somewhere towards cow corner, and Mohammad Siraj beats his inside edge there. No run, 81 more required. Stone-faced Indian staff on the balcony. Prasid Krishna is set to continue. He is bowling to Usman Khawaja. Three for 31 from 7 overs for Prasid Krishna. In he comes now. Right arm around the wicket. Driven straight back down the ground by Usman Khawaja, and he finds the boundary as well. 4 runs for Usman Khawaja, and that means the required runs have gone down to 77. Let's have a look if anyone is with us on social media. I know it is 20 minutes past 3 my time, so that's 20 minutes past 2 UK time, and I have the sneaking suspicion that most of my subscribers are located in the UK. Anyway, Prasid Krishna continues. This one is defended back towards the bowler, fielded by Krishna, who bowled this one right arm around the wicket, and there is no run. Khawaja brings up his 30 with that 4 runs of the first delivery of Prasid Krishna's 8th over. 30 of 34. Australia 85 for 3. 77 more runs required. Australia need 77 runs. India need 7 wickets. Thick outside edge that is stopped by KL Rahul in the slips, at second slip to be precise, as Prasid Krishna continues right arm around the wicket. And there is no run. Australia 85 for 3. In comes Prasid Krishna again, and this one is defended by Usman Khawaja, and it falls very, very short, just in front of his toes. As he is getting an inside edge onto his stomach, I think. So it just drops down in front of him, and there is no run. 5th delivery coming in, left alone by Khawaja, and there is again no run as Prasid Krishna continues around the wicket. Final delivery coming up. Usman Khawaja remains on 30 of 37. As Virat Kohli is very, very twitchy at first slip. Beaten on the final delivery of Prasid Krishna's 8th over. Usman Khawaja is having a bit of a laugh as the Australians move on to 85 for 3. 77 more runs still required. So let's have a look if anyone is with us on social media. Looks like we are up to date on YouTube. Let's have a look at Blue Sky. No, we seem to be up to date there as well. And Mohammad Siraj is continuing. He has Travis Head in his sights, and Travis Head gets an inside edge into the leg side. It loops over Mohammad Siraj, who is looking to field it in his follow-through. And the Australians take another single as it is fielded by the fielder coming around from mid-wicket. Khawaja back on strike. Mohammad Siraj continues right arm over the wicket to the left-handers. In he comes onto the legs, and he can't believe that Usman Khawaja did not drag that on. It dribbles out into the leg side, comes to a stop just behind the stumps, and there is no run. As we are seeing the these very weird stick figure graphics we have seen throughout the series for both bowlers and batsmen, that look like one of those riddles. Remove 3 matches or move 3 matches and make this or that shape. Another single to Khawaja. 75 more runs required, and Travis Head is back on strike. He is on 9 of 14. Usman Khawaja 31 of 40, and Mohammad Siraj will continue to bowl to Travis Head, and it looks like he has changed tactics now. He is coming over the wicket to Travis Head. Let's see. There are 2 slips. There is a gully. There is point. There is cover. And Travis Head plays that out to the fielder at cover. There is no run. Two more deliveries left in Mohammad Siraj's 9th over. He has conceded 46 runs so far. Travis Head is looking around at the field set for him by, well, stand-in captain Virat Kohli. In comes Mohammad Siraj, right arm around the wicket, and there is an outside edge as Travis Head is looking to push that back towards cover, and it is running down to point, and the Australians are taking another single. The fielder is coming around from the boundary to stop that, and Usman Khawaja is on strike for the final delivery of Mohammad Siraj's 9th over. In he comes, right arm around the wicket, and that is a fabulous cut shot by Usman Khawaja to a delivery that is probably too wide outside the off stump, and he finds the boundary behind point. And the Australians move on to 92 for 3, and the required runs have gone down to 70. We are seeing highlights from day 3 here. Scott Boland taking 6 wickets in the second Indian innings. He is one of those big missed opportunities, if you want to call it that. He is a fabulous bowler. Probably has the problem to reach his prime at the wrong time, because Pat Cummins, Mitchell Starc, and Josh Hazlewood are definitely the 3 first choice pacemen for Australia, and he has been denied the opportunity in the Australian Test team that he, I would say, deserves. First delivery is a single by Travis Head. In comes Prasidh Krishna again to Usman Khawaja, who flicks one towards deep fine leg, where it is fielded by Mohammad Siraj. Another single. Travis Head is back on strike. And for some reason, the auto refresh script, I don't know, on ESPN Cricket Info seems to be broken. So, 2 singles of the first 2 deliveries of Mohammad Siraj's 9th over. In he comes again, right arm around, Prasidh Krishna, right arm around the wicket and flicked off his legs by Travis Head, and again down to Mohammad Siraj at the boundary behind square on the leg side. There is another single. .67 runs required for the Australians to win this test match, to win the Border Gavaskar Trophy, to bring it to Australia for the first time in, I think, 4 series. The Indians held it for 4 series, I think. Cracking cover drive from Usman Khawaja, and that is another boundary. 63 more runs required for the Australians as they move on to 99 for 3. There are replays of Khawaja's cover drive looking very good. Krishna in again, clipped off his legs by Usman Khawaja, and there is a single in that one. So Travis Head is on strike for the final delivery of Prasidh Krishna's 9th over as the Australians bring up triple figures. 100 for 3, 62 more runs required because the target is 162. Travis Head smacking the shit out of the pitch, gardening for a bit there. He is now taking strike. In comes Prasidh Krishna, right arm around the wicket, bowls it, and this time it is Travis Head's turn to play a cracking cover drive. 4 runs. Australia 104 for 3 after 18 overs. 12 runs coming off Prasidh Krishna's 9th. The target is 58. Let's see if anyone is with us. No, I think not. So remember, if you are listening to this and like it, please leave a like beneath this live stream, or if you are watching it, as probably a lot of people in my subscriber base in Europe will do, as a real live. Don't forget to like the video if you are watching this, listening to this, and you are not subscribed. Please consider a subscription. It doesn't cost you anything, and you will not miss anything coming up on this channel, because there will be a big series review show after the series is all done, all played. I will record that with some guests in a few days, as Mohammad Siraj is continuing, and first delivery of his over, he has another breakthrough. So that's that for the 10-fer from Prasidh Krishna. Usman Khawaja has to go as Mohammad Siraj is bowling right arm over the wicket, and Khawaja is looking to pull, and he brushes the ball with the toe of his bat as he is through the shot way too early, and Khawaja has to go. Court punt, bowled Siraj 41 for 40 from 45. 58 more runs required, but is that a crucial wicket in this innings? Usman Khawaja looked very, very good in this second innings. Looking at the scorecard, only Travis Head and Sam Constance are in double figures apart from Usman Khawaja. Labuschagne and Smith both had to go for single-digit scores, and now it means that Bo Webster is coming in. He will have to face Mohammad Siraj on a very difficult pitch to bat on. If the Indians can take a few more quick wickets, that would put Australia back on the back foot. As in comes Mohammad Siraj, and this one is left by Webster. As I am having a look at social media, yes, Kai, that's interesting. He is out for the day. So good night. But yes, this is the second player to be dismissed on 9,999 test runs. The first one was Mahela Jayawardena, and I saw some other facts that Steve Smith is the first player to be dismissed in the 9,990s twice in a single calendar year. Yes. He was dismissed on 9,995 in the first innings and on 9,999 in the second innings. As Mohammad Siraj is continuing, and he is continuing to ask very, very difficult questions of Bo Webster, who survives but doesn't look untroubled by Mohammad Siraj, who might actually have found his line and length again. Australia 104 for 4. 3 more deliveries in Mohammad Siraj's 10th over to come. In he comes again, right arm over the wicket. And this one is an inside edge that dribbles into the leg side. It is fielded by Rishabh Pant behind square on the leg side. There is no run, and Webster is looking very, very nervous. He is obviously on debut, and it is an absolute miracle that he didn't get that inside edge onto his stumps. Misses by a whisker. Let's see. There are 2 slips. There is a gully. There is a forward square leg. And there is silly mid on. And there is an outside edge, but I think it falls short of the slip cordon by Webster as Yashasvi Jaiswal stops it. There is no run. Mohammad Siraj now starting to build the pressure. Yes, that was on the bounce taken by Jaiswal. But for the first time in the second innings, Mohammad Siraj is really building the pressure on Bo Webster. And this is definitely what the Indians need. Final delivery of Mohammad Siraj's 10th over. Defended into the leg side, and there is no run as Mohammad Siraj reaches the ball, doesn't pick it up. It is fielded instead by Shubman Gill, who is coming in from mid-off. So Australia still require 58 runs. The Indians require 6 more wickets. And for the first time in this innings, Mohammad Siraj has looked like he is able to build the pressure to deny the batsmen the runs, to put them in a position where they are more likely to make mistakes. Prasid Krishna to continue. Only 2 bowlers used in the second Australian innings. Mohammad Siraj and Prasid Krishna. and the first delivery, I think that came off the upper thigh. And there should be a leg by as the ball dribbles out into the leg side. Webster is on strike. Yes, that's a leg by. Webster, none for 5 is on strike. Travis Head moves on to 16 of 20. Australia 105 for 4. 57 more runs required. Prasid Krishna continues. 2 slips, right arm over the wicket, left alone outside the off stump by Webster, and there is no run. Pat Cummins is sitting in the Australian dressing room, poker-faced. No emotion on his face. Who is that next to him? Couldn't tell you right now. Cut by Webster. Kohli, or is it Jadeja, is running after it. I think it's Jadeja. Kohli should be at slip. Fielding it near the boundary, and there is a 3. Oh no, it is Easwaran. I think it's the substitute fielder who is running after it. He saves the boundary, but the Australians still get 3 runs. Good cut shot from Webster. Nothing wrong with that one, as Travis Head is falling towards the leg side as he is looking to cut it. Misses it, and there is no run. As we are seeing Rohit Sharma, who has walked down from the dressing room towards fine leg to talk to Mohammad Siraj, who is taking on some fluids out beyond the boundary. Another single to Travis Head. Webster is back on strike. Australia 109 for 4. 53 more runs required. This is getting tense now. This is getting tense. One more delivery left in Prasid Krishna's 10th. Webster taking guard. In comes Prasid Krishna and pulled by Webster in front of square on the leg side. It is fielded again inside the boundary, and the Australians have taken, I think, a couple. Yes, I think that's 111 for 4 after 20 overs. 7 runs coming from Prasid Krishna's 7th. And let's have a look at social media if anyone is with us. Brian in Brisbane, good morning. Just woke up to falling snow in Northampton. Is Australia falling apart? Not yet, Brian. Australia are not yet falling apart, at least not to the degree that the Indians would like them to. But they are 111 for 4, so that means the Australians need another 51 runs, and a couple quick ones would put Australia on the back foot. I would say. I would say that would definitively put them on the back foot. Manos Labuschagne and Steve Smith both were dismissed for single-digit scores. That means that it's a very funny stat that Steve Smith was dismissed on 9,900 in the 9,990 test runs twice in this match. He was dismissed on 9,995 test runs in the first innings, and he was dismissed on 9,999 test runs in the second innings. So that's good for Steve Smith. It is also the second time that a test batsman is dismissed on 9,999 runs for a career. First one was Mahela Jayawardena. As Mohammad Siraj is continuing, first delivery of his 11th over is a single to Travis Head. That brings Bo Webster, the debutant, back on strike. He made a maiden test half century in the first innings, and he also took a maiden test wicket during the second Indian innings. Yes, because he made both his maiden test 50 and he took his maiden test wicket on the same day, and that was yesterday. So 50 during Australia's innings, and a maiden test wicket during India's second. Cut away by Webster. Can he find the boundary? It is a boundary indeed. A cut shot for 4 runs, and the Australians move on to 116 for 4. 46 more runs required now. As we are seeing replays of that shot. Would you call it a cut shot or a cover drive? It looks like a bit of a cover drive. He is through too early, and there is an appeal for LBW after that boundary, and Mohammad Siraj is begging Virat Kohli for a review. He is very, very forcefully banging his fist into his left palm, his right fist into his left palm, and I think have India reviewed it? I think they have reviewed it. India lost one review earlier in the innings, but the decision has been reviewed against Webster. He has not been given out on the field. India have reviewed the decision. And let's see. He is playing a shot and he is hit on the back leg. But because he is playing a shot, I am relatively certain that this will be not out, because the impact on front-on replay seems to be outside the off stump, as the third umpire is currently checking if there is an inside edge, and it is pitching outside off, impact outside off, and that means India lose their second review, and the on-field umpire is looking very vindicated, as we are seeing pictures of Jasprit Bumrah sitting up in the dressing room. He has not taken the field during the second Australian innings after being sent to hospital yesterday for scans involving back spasms. In comes Mohammad Siraj, defended out to point, and there is a single in that for the Australians. So Travis Head is back on strike. Australia 117 for 4. Australia require another 45 runs. Travis Head on strike, the left-hander. Will Mohammad Siraj continue over the wicket? He bowled over the wicket to the left-handers earlier in the early stages of the innings. Then he switched to around the wicket for Travis Head. for a few deliveries. No, looks like he is staying over the wicket. He is readjusting his field. Travis Head on 18 of 23, Webster on 10 of 12 at the other end. Australia 117 for 4. In comes Mohammad Siraj, and this one is, well, it looks like a mixture of a defensive and an on drive. It is fielded at long on, and the Australians have taken a couple. So, end of the 21st over, Australia 119 for 4, 8 runs of Mohammad Siraj's 11th over. And let's have a look what is going on social media. What do you think in terms of what do you think of this games in terms of good spirit? There seems to have been some very tense moments. Interesting stats about Smith. Yeah, in terms of spirit, I think there has been some heat between especially Sam Constance and the Indians, basically all of the Indians, because Sam Constance seems to be a bit of a cry bully, and I will talk more about that. I think after this over. Oh no, Reddy is getting ready. So we have a first bowling change in the innings. Thus far, only Prasidh Krishna and Mohammad Siraj have bowled for the Indians. Probably owed to the fact that Jasprit Bumrah is off the field as Reddy pulls out of his delivery. Did he land in the footmark? Did he land unlucky in the footmark there? He slides and almost he's bending his ankle in a very unnatural way, as he is, well, it's his back foot. Now he's coming in again, right arm over the wicket to the left, to the right-handed Webster, who plays that out to mid-on, and there is no run. 119 for 4. As we are seeing Kohli chewing his gum, he is standing at first slip, and he has basically taken over captaincy duties since Jasprit Bumrah is off the pitch. Webster plays another one back towards Reddy. Is that almost a caught and bowled chance? No, he is playing it down into the pitch. It hits the wicket at the non-strikers, and I don't think that Reddy got a hand to that one. Well, he did, but Travis Head is very, very lucky that he didn't wander out too far out of his crease. He gets his back foot down, and that's what saves him from being run out at the non-strikers end here, I think. That would have been unfortunate for the Australians, but so there is another single of the third delivery. Australia bring up their 120. Rohit and Bumrah in conversation in the dressing room. Rohit dropped for this test, after which there was a bit of very bad messaging, carved up and over cover by Travis Head, who finds the boundary. Australia 124 for 4 now. 38 more runs required, and the Australians seem hell-bent on getting there before drinks can be taken in the afternoon session. Interesting. I would have. Well, I mean, of course, losing Jasprit Bumrah is a blow to this Indian bowling attack. But during the later stages of the first Australian innings, the other bowlers stepped up. But during this fourth innings chase, especially Mohammad Siraj has bowled a bit like a drain. He took a late wicket late in his spell, but he conceded way too many runs. Gave the Australians a quick start, and that is probably what broke the bowling attack's neck here, as Travis Head can only keep one out towards the onside, and there is no run, but Australia 125 for 7. So in terms of dynamic between the teams, Sam Constance is a really unlikable, has emerged as a really unlikable character in this match, or in these two matches that he played, I think. He is an entertaining and exciting batsman, no doubt about that. But even in his debut test, he started behaving like a dick towards the Indian batsman. He was always standing at a close fielding position, chatting shit all the time. And this test, in the first Australian innings, at the end of the first day, when the openers were out there and Usman Khawaja was obviously wasting some time at the striker's end, because he was trying to avoid having to face another over, and Bumrah told him that, yeah, come on, get on with it. And Constance was at the non-striker's end, and he felt the need to inject himself into the conversation, let's call it that way. In Germany we'll say seinen Senf dazugeben, add his mustard. And apparently it was so annoying and so egregious that the umpire had to hold back Constance from a probably relatively legit conversation between Jasprit Bumrah and Usman Khawaja about time-wasting tactics, as Prasidh Krishna is continuing, and there is a drive for 4 by Bo Webster. Australia 130 for 4. And after that conversation between Jasprit Bumrah and Usman Khawaja, that Constance imposed himself on, Bumrah then dismissed Khawaja, and Khawaja and Bumrah didn't really celebrate. He turned around the second it was clear that Khawaja was out, and stared at Constance at the non-striker's end. And after that, the Australian coach told the press, "Oh yes, I was talking to him. He has been bullied all day by by the Indians, la di da di da di da. And I was talking to him if he's okay, if he can, if he can take the heat, if he will be able to play. And he comes across as just that annoying shit talker that hides behind his big brother when he is promised the beating that he deserves. He also did that in the first test where he played, where he was in the face of Mohammad Siraj after Siraj was dismissed, a dismissal in which Constance was not involved personally. He was screaming in Mohammad Siraj's face after he was dismissed. It reminded me a lot of stupid Australian behavior, like Michael Clark telling Jimmy Anderson to get ready for a broken fucking arm when Mitchell Johnson was bowling. Michael Clark is not involved in Mitchell Johnson breaking Jimmy's arm, but you know, he has to be aggressive. It's a bit like the controversy involving Nathan Lyon when he almost dropped the ball on A.B. de Villiers, who was laying on his face, and there is an outside edge from Webster that evades KL Rahul at second slip. Is that a drop? KL Rahul is on the ground holding his left hand in the universal sign for I got the hand on that, and I think he got it on the tip of his finger. There is the replay, there is the outside edge, and KL Rahul misses it and jams his fingers straight into the ground. And hopefully that is not, well, you never wish someone an injury on the sports field, on the field of play. Physios are out in the middle tending to KL Rahul. But I mean, at this point, it doesn't really matter. The next Indian test assignment is England in the summer. And by the way things are going, they are currently in the process of losing any chance of making the World Test Championship final. And Brian in Brisbane says, I agree, Constance stuffed up there with Bumrah's late wicket. Constance was totally outthought. Yeah, I mean, he is not a very sympathetic character thus far. I have not seen him in Sheffield Shield matches. Jazz was very impressed with him, as was History of Everything, with his on-field performance. His on-field behavior is a bit cringy, and he seems to be a bit of a dickhead. So I don't like him. I don't know. And I think there was also some other unpleasantness from the Australian media that didn't want to honor the privacy, or didn't want to respect the privacy of Kohli's family, which is a shit move, and because Kohli was very clear and frank in his opinion of that kind of behavior, hunting his two little kids with cameras and paparazzi and stuff like that. He said no, that's not on, and the Australian media took that very personally and initiated their own vendetta against Kohli for that one, for asking them to respect the privacy of his family, which is, I don't know, it's dickish behavior all around. mostly from the Australians. Maybe we are back to an Australian side that is just unlikable with punchable faces, and in the case of Sam Constance, a very shitty moustache. But on the field, they have outplayed the Indians. That is clear. They deserve to win this test series, as there is another boundary for Travis Head of Mohammad Siraj, and the required runs have come down below a quarter century, so 24 more required, as the Australians are 138 for 4. 4 more deliveries in Mohammad Siraj's 12th over. In he comes, right arm over the wicket. Travis Head clips that out to mid-on and defends it out to mid-on, and there is no run. As we beer snakes in the stands. Everyone is wearing pink, and there's some snakes, some beer snakes being carried through the stands. It's I think I don't like beer snakes. The thought of one of those snakes being carried over innocent bystanders and dripping lukewarm stale beer into the necks of all the people below it. Fourth delivery of Mohammad Siraj's 12th over brings another single to Travis Head, who is now who brought up his 30 with that last boundary. He is now on 32 of 33. Webster is on strike, 18 of 19, and the Australians require another 23 runs. As Brian in Brisbane says, 2/10 a finish for him. He's off, and he thanks me for the comment. Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome, Brian. I think this one is in the bag for the Australians, as Bo Webster gets a boundary of the penultimate delivery with a very good pull shot into the leg side, and that means the target is coming down to 20 now, or below 20, is it? Yes, it has come down below 20. 19 runs required. Another single to end the over. This time it is fielded by KL Rahul, who has now been stationed in the outfield after injuring his fingers trying for a diving catch in the slips. And let's have a look if anyone else is with us on social media. Nope. I am up to date on YouTube. Let's have a look at Blue Sky if anyone is with us there. It looks like we are up to date there as well. Prasid Krishna continuing for his 12th over. The Australians require 18 more runs, and India require a miracle. Mohammad Siraj is coming off the field, I think. Yes, we are seeing him going off. He is climbing the stairs into the dressing room. Australia 144 for 4. Prasid Krishna. In he comes, right arm over the wicket, driven straight to cover by Webster, and there is no run. 18 more runs still required. As we are seeing shots of the crowd again, everyone wearing pink, only a few people not adhering to the dress code on this day. Next delivery brings, I think, a couple. Yes, the Australians have run a couple of a cut shot by Bo Webster. And that brings the target down to 16 more runs required. So that means twin half centuries on a debut is out of the question for Bo Webster, which is kind of a shame. As he clips one off his legs and they run through for another single. 15 more runs required. Australia 147 for 4. 3 more deliveries in the over left. Travis Head will face at least one of them. As Prasid Krishna is handed the ball back. Let's see. I mean, an Indian victory is not impossible. It is just very, very improbable. I have seen the Indians lose 6 wickets for 0 runs as Prasid Krishna digs one in short to Travis Head, who is looking to ramp it over over the keeper, Rishabh Pant. He misses it by a good, 5 to 10 centimeters though. Flies over his horizontal bat. There is no run. Krishna in again. A mighty hoik by Travis Head. That is stopped by Shubman Gill at mid-on. And the Indians are looking a bit deflated at this point, and understandably so. They need to take 6 more wickets. The Australians require just 15 more runs. In comes Prasid Krishna for the final delivery of his 12th over, and this one is defended. No, it comes off the thigh pad, drops down, and there is no run. Australia 147 for 4, and that is drinks. And I will take a short break, and I will be with you in just a few minutes. Welcome back post drinks. I have just looked outside and we've had the first snow of the winter here in western Germany, in the Rhineland, near Cologne. It's not much, and it probably won't stay, because tomorrow or today is forecast to be a bit warmer again. But there has been some snow overnight here as Webster is taking strike. 15 more runs required. Reddy is continuing. He has figures of none for 6 of 1. And Reddy uppercuts one to the backward point boundary, and that is 4 of the 15 required right there. One shot. 11 now the target for the Australians. That's a very good cut shot from Bo Webster, and it deserves the boundary. 11 more runs. Webster taking strike again, taking guard again. One slip in place, another cut shot, this time to point, and there is no run this time. Australia 151 for 4 in pursuit of 162. It is basically just a matter of time until they get there. At this point, there is a slip, there is a gully. There was a point in place as Webster defends one into the leg side, into the onside from Reddy, who fields it himself, and there is again no run. As we are seeing the combined figures of Bo Webster, he made 87 runs in his 2 innings so far. He also took a maiden test wicket in his first test. All of that happened. He made his maiden test 50 yesterday, and he took his maiden test wicket yesterday. So very good day for Bo Webster yesterday, as there is another dot ball, this time into the onside, as Webster is looking to play a cover drive, but that one is straight to the fielder. In comes Reddy for the 5th delivery of his over. Right arm over the wicket, defended to mid on, and there is no run. 11 still required for the Australians to reclaim the Border Gavaskar Trophy for the first time in, I think, 5 series. They lost one in India, then they lost 2 at home, lost one in India again. So the first time in 5 series that they win. Driven into the ground, but fielded at mid-off by the Indians. No run for the Australians. 11 still required. Australia 151 for 4 after 26 overs. 4 runs coming off Nitish Kumar Reddy's second over. This is the first time in this match that the run rate for an innings is over 4, and it is almost 6 at this point. So the first 2 innings were relatively low scoring or slow scoring. The Indians were scoring at 2.5 runs in their first innings. The Australians upped the tempo a bit to the standard 3.5 runs and over that are the norm in modern Test cricket. The Indians then upped the ante a bit during their second innings, 3.94, and now the Australians 5.8 currently. 11 more runs required as Washington Sundar is brought into the attack. So spin for the first time in the innings. In he comes, right arm around the wicket to Travis Head, who drives that one out towards deep cover, and the Australians are taking a single, so 10 more runs required. Webster on strike, 30 of 30. As Washington Sundar continues right arm around the wicket to the right-handed Webster, and he flicks that one to mid-wicket. There is another single taken, so the target is in single digits now. 9 more runs required as Sundar continues right arm around the wicket to the left-handed Travis Head, who cuts him viciously. And another single for the Australians. 8 runs required. 3 more deliveries in Washington Sundar's first over of the innings. And he bowls right arm around the wicket. And this one is a square drive by Bo Webster that finds the boundary for 4 runs. And that means the target is 4 runs. 4 more runs required for the Australians to win it. In comes Washington Sundar, one slip in place for him, and this one is played out to backward square leg by Webster. There is no run, 158 for 4. Final delivery of Washington Sundar's first over coming up. Australia require 4 more runs. And that should be that, as Sundar comes in right arm around the wicket. A lofted drive by Bo Webster, who hits the winning runs. 39 not out at the end of play, and Australia win the Border Gavaskar Trophy by 3-1. They reclaim the trophy. They win by 6 wickets, and that is it. It's all over now. The Indians have missed the World Test Championship final now. Doesn't matter what other results are still to come in this World Test Championship cycle. I think the Australians have qualified. Have they qualified, or can the Sri Lankans still make the final? I will have a look at that later, and we will probably talk about it on the Armchair Cricket podcast later this morning when we are recording the next episode of that I am recording as a guest for the cricket podcast, the Armchair Cricket podcast, with my friend Ajit, who most of you probably know as well. So that is that. Let's have a look at some highlights of this test. The Indians made 185 all out in their first innings, which looked not that good. But they had the Australians 181 all out in reply, so it looked like there were demons in the pitch. As I said, Bo Webster, the highest score for the Australians in that first innings, 57. A half century on debut. In the Indian second innings, Rishabh Pant then scored the highest score of the match, 61 runs, which remains the highest score in the match. Scott Boland took 6 wickets for the Australians. And the Indians were all out for 157, setting Australia 162 for victory. And all in all, they were not that troubled by this chase. They took 27 overs to make 162 for 4. Jasprit Bumrah, who was taken to hospital for scans on the second day, did bat in India's second innings, but did not take the field during Australia's second innings. So, yeah, thank you everyone for watching. If you are listening to this, please do like the stream. Doesn't matter if you are listening to it live or if you are listening to it maybe here in Europe later after you wake up. That really helps out the channel. If you are not subscribed, you should probably do so, because we are going to record a series review of the Border Gavaskar Trophy, this Border Gavaskar Trophy, and I have some guests lined up for that. It's just a matter of making it work time-wise. We might have Brian Barish from Australia, fellow Gorilla Cricket alumni, along with Anindo Dutta, author of Wizards, the story of Indian spin bowling. We also have, we will have Abhishek Mukherjee, the co-author of Jared Kimber's latest book. He agreed to be part of a series review panel, and maybe Adit and Jazz will also join us, but that I think depends on mostly on the time, because that would be a I mean I would really like to have them on as well, so because it would mean we have participants from the USA, Germany, Singapore, India, Australia and Indonesia, which would be a really global panel to review this series. Well, congratulations to the Australians for regaining the Border Gavaskar Trophy. They earned it. In the end, they were the better team. They showed the concentration, the mental fortitude. They showed the grit when it counted. Well, it was a wild series. There were some wild tests in this series, and I think I will have to gather my thoughts first before talking about the series as a whole. Well, so please forgive me if I keep this relatively brief. This was it for the Border Gavaskar Trophy 2024-2025. As I said, I will do a review show. I will also write a long form essay for the Daisy Cutter fanzine. Look for them on Blue Sky, Daisy Cutter. You should find them. I will also shout them out again today on Blue Sky later today, about my experience covering this series remotely from Germany with other people helping out here and there, and about my experiences, not just the cricket. It's going to be more a slice of life thing, about what's going on in my life around. But it's going to gravitate around this series, obviously. So yeah, so keep an eye out on my Blue Sky handle. That's at linuxlayer.bsky.social. Keep an eye out for the series review on this channel. So a subscription will make sure that any notifications drop into your sub feed. And yeah, thank you very, very much. I will probably lay down for about 3 hours before I record that Armchair Cricket Podcast episode with Ajit. So thank you very much to everyone who was tuning in during the series. I can't promise what I will cover here next live in English. Yeah, but have a look around on the channel. Again, thank you very, very much, everyone. And I will see you soon. Bye.